and every light starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. From LEDs and hardware to accessories to jewelry to fashion to a fashion statement. If you guys want that, that was starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. All right, all right, all right. Good morning, Maker Faire. We're starting in 3 minutes. He's at the right conversation. Look at all that awesome LED on him. You're at the right talk. Okay, here we go. We're starting in 3 minutes. I'll just talk for a minute and a half and we'll get ready to go. But if you guys want to see a great talk, we're starting a talk in 3 minutes right here. Great Bay Area maker, Charlene. We're talking about LEDs from fashion to jewelry. And she'll be explaining how she makes all these things and how you too could be making jewelry with LEDs. It's a great talk starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Good morning for the folks looking at the schedule out there. Yeah. We're starting the first talk in 3 minutes.
Let me try.
Come get comfortable. Oh, see, we have some more LED folks showing up. Ah, I recognize you from yesterday. You made the nice Make LED sign. Oh, that's in your hand. I see it now. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We have a talk starting in 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll call it 2 minutes. How many folks here, this is their first Maker Faire? How many folks have been to more than 3 Maker Faires? More than 5?
Wow.
More than 10?
10?
Wow. I put on 10, so I know I at least been to 10.
That's cheating.
That's cheating. All right, all right, all right. We're 1 minute away from our first talk this morning with Charlene. Talking about LEDs and jewelry and fashion and accessories and a lot of beautiful things. So if you guys want to get that started.
Yeah, I kind of, maybe I'll do it in front.
Yeah, because right now I've got the shot where it's facing the whole table. So if you see right in front.
Good morning, good morning. You guys, we can still make it. We're starting in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Maybe I'll do this. I just feel like I'm
So come in, sit down. We know we're in the right crowd because look at all the LED folks showing up.
Yeah.
This is the right crowd. If you came for the LED talk, this is the LED talk.
Yeah. Maybe
She's a phenomenal artist with LED. So if you guys want to come see that, we're starting in 1 minute. Our first talk is on 1 minute. It's using LED to create fashion, accessories, everyday life. All right, all right, all right. 1 more minute. For those looking at the schedule and unsure, you should come. This is phenomenal. She's a great speaker, great talk, great maker, maker's maker. Woo. I've known her now for a couple of years, so it's pretty awesome that we run into each other constantly. I got her to come down to Miami Maker Faire like 3 years ago, so.
Yeah.
If you guys want it, that talk is starting in 1 minute. In 1 minute, I'll start talking about her, but I don't know what else to say about her. I've been talking about her all morning.
I know, yeah. You've been hyping me up.
30 seconds to our first talk. If you guys want to see a great talk on LED used in fashion and accessories in everyday life that you could do yourself, you come into the right talk. Come in, sit down, have some fun. We're starting in exactly 30 seconds now. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Has anybody been here yesterday? Who was here yesterday? Has anybody seen the short movies? There's a short movie film festival happening. To watch all the short movies, it's 17 minutes to watch all of them. They're 2-minute short movies. It's pretty phenomenal. So if you guys, I would tell you guys there'll be a theater up here. You should come see it. Okay, we're starting in exactly 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I will get started.
Amazing.
My notes. I don't know what else to say, but well. Okay. You tell me when you're ready, boss. We're good? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Woo!
That was a little weak for a Sunday. This is San Francisco. This is where this is a coffee culture. Good morning.
Good morning!
That's right. A rock star should have a rock star opening. Here we go. We'll talk about Charlene. She's a phenomenal maker from this area. We've known each other for a couple of years. She spoke at Miami Maker Faire. She's a great. I first got turned on to her work when she did a BMO, like that's 6 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's a while.
A while back. That's when I first. I built a couple BMOs, so I was like, hey, look, somebody else built a BMO, so it's pretty awesome. She's a coder during the day, like I am. We have day jobs, but she moonlights with these phenomenal things. I've been hyping her for like 30 minutes, so I'm just going to shut up, let her talk, because she's phenomenal. You didn't come here to see me. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Big round of applause.
Thank you, Mario. All right. So, I see some in the audience, but show of hands, who here likes to wear jewelry? Yes, awesome. This makes a lot of sense because humans have been wearing jewelry for centuries. So a couple of years ago, I got a chance to visit this museum called the V&A. They house the largest collection of jewelry in the world, I guess. They have hundreds or maybe thousands of jewelry pieces on display, and I was inspired by jewelry artists across millennia. However, do you know what all of these jewelry pieces had in common? Correct, yes. Correct! They all don't glow. Absolutely zero glow. It was devastating. Actually, even outside of museums, this is true of most jewelry today. But if I think about the most engrossing sci-fi movies and the most immersive stories that I want to live in, all of these stories have one thing in common as well: a seemingly endless supply of glowing clothes, jewelry, and tools. A little bit of light can make can make even the most extraordinary things, or even the most ordinary things, extraordinary. Which is probably why Hollywood always tries to make pieces of sticks glow. I mean, can you imagine wands that don't shoot out sparks, or lightsabers without lights? I guess you would just call them sabers. Or staffs that don't have a powerful glow? Yeah, I think I shall pass. Hi, my name is Charlene, and I love creating delightful and often glowy jewelry pieces and wearable accessories. And today I'd like to share with you ways that you can incorporate LEDs into casual, everyday situations, all while talking through stories behind some of my most favorite fellow artists' creations, as well as some of the projects that I've made. The links from this talk are going to be in that link, charlene.code/casuallyglowing. All right, but before we dive in, I'd like to take a step back, all the way back, to a time when LEDs, as we know them today, were not even a speck in someone's imagination. 1,225 years ago, we, as a species, discovered fire. And then 108,000 years after that, we put that fire into lamps. And then we created the candle. And we would continue to use candle for the next 1,400 years. Are you paying attention? There's going to be a pop quiz later. And then in 1880, the light bulb happened, and then the pace of innovation changed. So all of a sudden, we had red LED, and then there was orange, and then there was yellow, and then there was green. And then there was blue. And once we got to blue, that became the foundation of most commercial LEDs that you see today. If you haven't watched Veritasium's video on the blue LED, I highly recommend it. And today, LEDs are super common, and if you have a phone, you probably have an LED in your pocket as well, and you're carrying that around every day. There are so many form factors and many different types of LEDs. They're low voltage, they cost a little bit less now, which means that it's a great time to be an artist interested in making art that glows. Lights is no longer a functional tool to see things in the dark. You can actually use it to express mystery, magic, and fantasy. I've been in love with light ever since I learned how to make an LED blink with a microcontroller, and I'm not sure how common this feeling is, but I actually really like carrying LEDs around. And I mean this quite literally. Like, some people find change in their pockets. I find random LEDs in my pockets. So one day I decided, what if I just put this LED into something I can wear instead? So yeah, ever since then, I've made a lot of glowing LED jewelries, from necklaces to rings to bracelets to bags. I've made them all. So I'd like to show you some of these pieces while we dive a little bit deeper and discuss some of the things that I think about when designing them. So okay, let's talk about how I design glowy wearables, or an incomplete list of things that I will sometimes consider when creating jewelry or bags. There are about 5 main categories that I think of as I design wearable jewelry. We'll discuss many of my failures, and then we'll also take a look at some excellent examples from some of my favorite maker friends. All of the projects that you'll be seeing today are made with off-the-shelf components, so you can definitely make your own version or be inspired by it. All right, let's dive right in. Okay, first, let's talk about battery choice and compactness. If you're making something with a glowing component to it, you're definitely going to need a battery, and the battery will make up like a huge part of the bulk. So you can see in this photo that this is like one of the pieces that I made, and the battery is about 1/3 of the bulk, and you really want to minimize bulk when it comes to wearables, and you, at least personally, my style is to make it really delicate, so that's always the challenge, is balancing bulk with capacity. I usually use either LiPo batteries for things that need a microcontroller, or coin cells if it doesn't. And coin cells are really great because they pack a lot of punch into a really tiny package. And if you're not running it on a microcontroller, this is probably sufficient. So one of my favorite ways to use coin cells is with bent brass rods. Have you all heard of the term circuit sculpture jewelry? Okay, it's kind of this idea where you use the brass rod itself to be decorative, but it's also the circuit. So it's sort of a fun way to create very not bulky pieces. And it ends up being really compact. So you can see that the ring on the right there is very small, but it can still hold this like small battery that powers it all day. Even really tiny coin cells can actually power LEDs for longer, like I just said. So this ring is made with these 3 LED filaments, which we'll talk about in a bit. And that battery is like 12 millimeters small in diameter, which is kind of amazing. It actually still powers this battery for 15 hours, which was when I last tested it. So this is really the balance between capacity and bulk that I really try to strive for. By the way, if you want to learn more details about how this specific ring was made, check out my article in Make Magazine, Volume 85. In contrast, this is another ring, and it's powered by that same 12 millimeter battery. But this ring does not last for 15 hours. It probably lasts for like 15 seconds. It has a lot more, okay, it's not 15, it's maybe like a few minutes. It's got a lot more sort of a different kind of LED on it, these like auto color changing ones, and that uses up a lot more power, so it doesn't last as long. However, I think the trade-off is mainly worth it for this piece because of how cool it ended up looking. But if I were to do another version of this, I'd probably attempt a bigger battery. All right, let me show you this, and then I'll ask you a question. I call this ring a tesseract cube ring because of the cube jewel, but can you guess where the battery is? Maybe like in the little cylinder thing, or the back of the hand, maybe. You'd be right if you guessed it's the cylinder thing. So it's like a really, really tiny battery component that you can actually harvest from this off-the-shelf product. It looks like this. It's like an earring that will also auto blink. But this battery sort of pack is 7 millimeters by 8 millimeters, so it's definitely a great size for making very compact, not bulky jewelry. And if you haven't seen this video by Mixtella yet, highly recommend it. They masterfully make some ear posts with them. Okay, so coin cells are great, but sometimes you'll want to end up using LiPo batteries if you want microcontrollers because you want the LEDs to be more expressive, more dynamic. Take, for example, this ring. I really love how it looked like. The LEDs are a little bit of a surprise when they pop in, but the microcontroller and the battery were really bulky. So I ended up just putting that underneath this bangle. This is one of the first LED wearables that I've made, but it ended up being pretty wearable, actually. So I added a little brass frame around it to make it a little interactive, and we'll talk about interactivity in a bit. But this piece ended up working out quite well. But the one issue that I had is that the battery isn't rechargeable. So I wanted to fix that in my next piece. Okay, so for this one, it's a necklace. I call it a Dot Star Fortune necklace. It has a Dot Star LED matrix sort of behind this black LED acrylic. It's the same one that you just saw in the ring before. And it can display words and animation via Bluetooth. And because the microcontroller and the battery sort of pack is a little bit more bulky, I designed it so that you can hide it in the back of the neck. And now this, even though it's a little bit more bulky, it's now rechargeable, which really adds to the user experience. However, there's actually a little bit of a flaw in this design, and that'll bring me to my next category of design guidelines, the wearability of the piece. So I make these jewelry for myself, and what I found is that just because it's wearable doesn't mean it's easy to wear. So going back to this piece for a sec, because I designed it to be sort of this really bulky thing in the back of the neck, the little pointy bit in the pendant will end up like poking my neck a lot, so I end up having to sort of like shift it down, which is not ideal, not a great user experience. So I've learned my lesson, and I've been trying to design necklaces that don't require microcontrollers to be stuck in the back. This one is a design that I'm wearing today, actually. It has this sort of Art Deco motifs, and it's made with these like LED filaments. And I think that ended up working quite well. Side note, have you heard of these LED filaments? You probably have if you're here. But just in case you haven't, these are actually the same LED components that you would see in these like old style Thomas Edison bulbs. But you don't have to harvest them from these bulbs. Places like Adafruit will actually just sell them by themselves. They run on 3 volts, and the glow is super pleasing to look at. However, they are quite fragile, so you have to take that into account when using this type of LED. If you look at that necklace again, you'll see that they're encased in these UV resin, so that makes it a little bit more durable. Definitely one of my most wearable designs so far. All right, sometimes putting a battery in the back of the neck, though, is hard to avoid. But in those cases, I found that if you just try to reduce the delta between the front of the necklace and the back of the necklace, that usually ends up working out. So in this example, this necklace is made with a technique called Viking knit. Have you all heard about the technique called Viking knit? Okay, this one's really cool. It is essentially a technique of weaving metal wire to make this cylindrical structure. And it's a little bit fun to make, actually. So here's a little bit of a demo about how that looks like. It feels a little bit like making a friendship bracelet, but with metal wire. So if you search for the term Viking knit, there's lots of tutorials online. And I'll also leave a link in the speaker notes in case you want to learn more. It's this again, in case you forgot. Okay, let's take a quick closer look at this battery. You can see that the battery is sort of in the back of the neck, but it also functions as a clasp. And because it's pretty light and the front of the necklace is pretty light as well, it ends up working out and definitely ends up being quite wearable. Okay, when it comes to rings, specifically, this is a little bit more of a challenge because the entire piece is sort of in contact with your skin, not like a necklace where maybe it's on top of some clothes. So you really want to make sure that there are no pointy bits. Pointy bits are not fun. And you also want to account for the expansion and contraction of the finger. So one of my most wearable rings so far is this same LED filament, but I've put it in a ring, so it's also encased. And this has made, because it's encased in resin, it actually ends up being quite durable as well. Surprisingly, it survived a lot. But it turns out the durability of a piece really contributes to how wearable it is. So in this example, it's a really beautiful sort of double helix design, and I really like how it turned out. But I've broken this piece like 3 times already, so I end up just fixing it, and then I don't want to wear it again because it keeps breaking. Okay, one last example here for this wearability category. I'm a little bit newer to making bags. It's something that I've been drawn to recently, and this was my first bag. Bags are obviously bigger, so it's easier to stuff a bunch of electronics in them. However, the way that I designed this is that there was a lot of pointy corners, and it kind of hurts. Because I made this bag with sort of very stiff materials like acrylic panels and such, it ends up banging on my hip, and that's not great when you're like carrying around a bag or like trying to rush somewhere. And this beautiful golden strap, because it's also pretty heavy, ends up like digging into my shoulders. So the moral of the story here is that you should really try to wear your pieces so that you can really test how wearable they are. A couple of years later, after I made that bag, I felt the urge to make another bag. And this time, I kind of applied those lessons a little bit better. So this one is a 3D printed frame. It's much lighter. I got rid of all of the pointy corners. And I used embroidery in the front of it to sort of embed the LEDs in. And I actually have the bag right here. You can check it out after the talk, maybe. This is actually running on a Pixel Blaze, so definitely an upgrade to the experience as well. And I actually love being able to combine embroidery and 3D printing. I think that was a quite fun thing to combine. All right. The next category here is providing control. This is important because LEDs can be very bright and very distracting, and with all of the photons bouncing around, it might not always be appropriate to be like glowy all the time, even though I want to be glowy all the time. So things like, if you're in a movie theater, you probably don't want to be glowy. If you're doing a stargazing night, you probably also want to preserve your night vision, so you want to be able to control the brightness of your LED. Actually, do you think on stage is a good time, an appropriate venue to be glowy? Yes. Yeah? Okay, cool. Now that I got permission, I guess I can turn this on. All right, so in terms of control, one of the easiest ways to provide it is to just put a switch on. So that's what I have here. And I just wanted to point out that these tiny, tiny switches really help reduce that bulk, like we were talking about earlier. So I'm particularly fond of them, and I'll leave a note. I'll leave a link for them in the speaker notes. Sometimes, though, the design can be really, really simple if you can just avoid the switch altogether and make it so that the battery is very easy to remove. So this is an example of that. This is a ring where the battery is sort of palm side. And this is like sort of a demo of me putting the battery on. And that makes it so that I can skip the switch. And this concept of like battery as a switch was really masterfully executed here by my good friend, Deborah Ansel, who's here in the audience. She even managed to integrate the screws in the skull, which is amazing, really. So good. For necklaces, I've also found that these magnetic connector components can do double duty as a switch and a clasp. So you can see that if I can use it as a clasp to put the necklace in the back of my neck, and then that also turns on the necklace. And that turns out to be a pretty intuitive interaction. This necklace uses the same concept. Again, this is a collaboration between Deborah, Jason, and Ben. And this is a product that you can actually buy. I promise this is not a sponsored video. But this necklace is called a Luxe Lavalier, and it's actually controlled, the animations in this necklace are controlled by your phone. So there's a little app that you can use to fit the vibe of whatever situation you might be in. Link for this will be in the speaker notes as well. I did a little modification of my own Luxe Lavalier because I love gold. I was probably a magpie in the past. Yes? That's true, yeah. Agreed. Watch out for that.
What was the question? Sorry.
Oh, do you want to?
Sorry for the microphone. I saw the small switches on the first slide, and those take almost no power. If you put anything bright through them, it's too many amps, and they'll start burning out or become unreliable, and you wonder why everything stopped working, and it's the switch. So having your second one where you unplug the battery or you have a physical wire is a lot more reliable for higher power stuff. The small ones are fine, but like even this one that I have right now, the switches die on that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks for the tip. All right, before I move on, I wanted to show you a video of me being excited about LEDs. All right, we're at the last few minutes here. Let's talk a little bit about interactivity, because I think this is one of the most challenging and maybe a little bit more nuanced aspects of creating glowy jewelry. But I think it's kind of very exciting. So in that example, in that dot star necklace example, the decorative diamond at the top is actually a capacitive touch sensor as well. So it acts like a magic 8-ball almost. You can ask the universe a yes or no question, and then you tap it, and then it'll tell you yes or no. And I think in terms of creating interactive modes for jewelry, it's a little bit harder to design for because there's not a lot of good examples out there. So I'm kind of hoping to show you some good examples here so that maybe you can be inspired. All right, this is another example of a piece that is a little bit more interactive. It has a little bit of it has a color sensor in the back of it so that I can sense the color that's underneath the surface, and then the pendant itself will change color depending on whatever color it senses. It's not perfect, but it kind of is an easy way to switch up the color of your jewelry. This is another example that I think has a really adorable interaction mode. This is a pair of Bluetooth brooches made by Kitty Young, who is the physicist behind Art by Physicist. And the idea here is that when these two Bluetooth brooches are close to each other, they're very calm and they have a calm animation. But then when they start getting like further apart in distance, they both get a little bit panicked and alerting. So it's a little bit of a cute, adorable interaction. We've so far only really talked about active interaction, and we can also think about passive interaction, like how you might be able to have the jewelry interact with the environment. So in this example, it's actually, I made it so that it is reacting to the sounds around it, and that's on the right there. And if you want to see a really excellent example of this like environment interacting jewelry piece, you can check out this air quality sensor necklace by Cat's Creates on YouTube. It changes the animation depending on the particulate matter around the environment, which is really cool. All right, last thing, aesthetic. I have 3 rules for this. Make it look good, on or off, play with shaping light, and break the rules if you must. This might be a personal style, but I like to try to make pieces look good on or off. So in this example, I think the piece already looks great. It has a really strong visual foundation, but the LEDs just upgraded a little, makes it a little bit more special. Same thing with this ring. It's very subtle, this like light for it, but it kind of doesn't matter that it's subtle because it still looks good. Like it sort of has a really nice graphic shape to it. And then I just wanted to point out that If you haven't yet played with mica powder and UV resin, it actually makes for a really great diffusion material as well. Okay, play with shaping light. I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to run through a little bit, but I wanted to show you this example of this transparent resin that changes the quality depending on the angle that you look at it. So that's kind of what I mean when I say like you can shape light instead of just letting it be a dot. And then obviously you can also use this very common technique of edge sliding acrylic, always fun, but requires a little bit more graphic design skills that I have. Okay, last two examples. Now that you know all of the rules of aesthetics, you can just feel free to break them if you have an idea in mind. So in this example, this piece is not that wearable. It's very, the battery doesn't last that long. However, I think that the trade-off was worth it because this vision had to happen. And then this is another piece that I think had to break the rules. Like, it doesn't look great when it's off. The battery doesn't last super long, and it's quite bulky. But this sort of POV effect, I think, is pretty worth it just to make this idea come to life. And I just run through a quick construction example of this thing. So my main point here is that sometimes you just have to break the rules to make your dreams come true. All right, that's it. Those are the 5 main categories of design consideration I have: battery choice, wearability, control, interactivity, and aesthetic. And then I will leave you with this. I guess our ancestors never really had the luxury of being able to make and wear glowy jewelry because it's kind of hard to wear fire or lamps or even light bulbs around, even if they really wanted to. And maybe that's why human history is filled with mysterious, seemingly impossible glowing objects. So it's a really great time to be an artist and if you want to do a lot of glowy art, it's a great time to be that. So I hope that our time today has helped all of your beautiful creative minds generate more ideas on how we can make casually glowy objects. Let's bring some more magic into the everyday. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Charlene is going to be in the back table. So if you guys want to walk up and ask her some questions, I'm going to put her in the back so we can get ready for the next presenter. So thank you so much for coming. So today we have a talk on the optimistic side of upgrading robots by Jervon, or Ajay, as we all know him. He is he's an artist by training. From his workshop in LA, he makes robots, not to do anything like send people into space or fight crime, but just make really cool stuff. He's also obsessive documenter. So if you don't want to know how to build things, anything in better AI or civil, he's a good person to ask. His content is really amazing online. Again, I've been following him for years. He's phenomenal. Let's give it up for Ajay.
Okay, cool. Thank you for coming. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm your favorite oddity, and I am here to talk about my most recent and biggest project that I've attempted this year, my comic crawlers, which are these little hexapod robots that crawl around and also do stuff. Let's see. So what is a hexapod? A hexapod is a 6-leg robot that's inspired by insects and arachnoids, and they usually have these design mechanics: a body frame, leg structure, gaits, which if you don't know what a gait is, it's pretty much how you walk, like 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. And of course, they have to balance with 6 or more legs to offer stability. And they're extremely hard to make, like extremely hard to make. I didn't make one until this year because they're that hard to make. So I decided to take on the hardship of trying to create one. So I started this in April. I had 4 goals. I wanted it to be simple, cheap, and easy to replicate, and also it has to look good. So this is a small video of me, it's a neat sound, of me testing some of this in my room. See if it actually plays. Oh, it's not playing. Weird. Technical difficulties, my apologies. The video's not playing, it's not letting me play. Oh. Well, I had a video to show and stuff, but the system here is still DUI. No, it's not playing at all. Nope. No. I guess I can't show you that. That's fine. But I tried it, and then eventually I came up with this guy that I call my mini comic crawler. It has 4 legs instead of 6, so technically it's a quadrupod, not a hexapod. It uses 2 servos per leg and uses 2 Adafruit feather wing boards. I had another video, but can't share it, so I'll try it again, but I apologize. It seems like my talk is going to be more visual than video.
Are you on Wi-Fi?
No. They kind of rushed me up here.
Videos don't work without Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Get to your Wi-Fi. What did you set up? Sorry, I did not know yet.
Hey, it's fine. Hey, you're doing your best you can, man. I just am up here.
Maker?
Maker what?
Makers? That one?
Okay. Did it work? Let me.
There we go.
Okay, cool. All right, they got me connected. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Taking a step back, I started working on this in April. Let me see if I can get it playing now. Come on. Oops, sorry. I must have opened it in Drive. Oops. As you can see, I don't use laptops a lot. I still won't let me play it. That's weird. Oh. I don't. Maybe, okay. I'll try opening it in Drive. Let's see. Okay, that works. There you go. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so I tried testing this in my room for the first time. Doing that over and over again while taking notes, and it was a huge problem originally. But eventually, of course, I got it down to the quadrupod. I'm probably going to have to open this one in the Drive too, so that's fine. So for people who are not here, you can't see this, but this is how the quadrupod actually works. I designed it to have 4 simple animations that are crawl forward, dance, wiggle, and then back up. So it plays these animations randomly, and that way it gives it a whole bunch of more character. For people who are here in person, I do have one with me on stage, and I'll happily share it later. But it's literally one of my favorite projects. And it took me forever to design it and get everything working correctly. And it's super cute. Let's see. Okay. Another video. So after I finished doing that one, I went out of my way to make more of them. Because if you make it once, it was luck. You make it more than once, you kind of know what you're doing. So I went out of my way and made like 4 of them. And trying to turn them all on at once in the video was the worst thing I could try to do. Because it's like wrangling cats. They were just not stopping to move so I can get one picture. All I wanted was one simple picture too. But they were cute, and being able to make a whole bunch of them told me that it was actually, you know, being able to reproduce them anytime I want to. Don't fall. So after that, I ended up upgrading it to the Comic Crawler V2. Now the V2 is an actual hexapod. It has 6 legs, which actually counts as a hexapod. Instead of using C++ like the old Comic Crawler, this one actually uses MicroPython, which means I can program it to do a whole bunch of different things. For people who are actually here in person right now, I can kind of show you a bit. Let's see if I can, I have one in front of me for everyone who's watching at home. And I can make it do little dances. About 4. So it's little dances here and there. It's really cute and adorable. And I can also make it walk, dance, jiggle, come back. It's a whole bunch of fun. I can't do that with the smaller one. Oh, another video. So this is actually me testing it at my local makerspace, known as Crash Space, if anyone is in the LA area. I took it to the space and I put a IR sensor in front. So what it's doing right now is walking around so it sees something in front, and then it'll back up really fast and try turning around. But of course, it's not perfect, and it kept trying to walk off the table. So we had some issues, but in the end, it still technically worked. Okay. So here I have a few videos we're going to be going through. So of course, after making one, like I said, you have to make more. You can't just make one. So I made 2 other ones. This one is one that's controlled with an RC controller, which I use for kicks and giggles and mostly for video content. But I was able to get it with an RC controller and get the walking pretty much down, so I can easily control it walking forward, back, side to side. There's a small delay in the control, but it still works really, really well. You will see me failing a lot in these videos, by the way. These are all test videos. And then this one that I've actually nicknamed Crustacean is controlled via Bluetooth and has a little claw on the front of his mouth, so it can actually grab things. So this was a test I did in my room when I was trying to test it to grab stuff. I'm just going to skip ahead here, because it took me a minute to get it working right. But it has a small claw on the front that I can use the Bluetooth to control. It can grab it, and then I can make it like grab it, walk backwards, walk forwards, and other things like that, which is fun because I do plan to have it just take stuff off my desk later and just run away with it, which I think would be great. And then let me go back really fast. And then, of course, I got them all together in a group to do I tried to get them in a group to do a group video, but like I said, they're like having cats. You can't get them all together working at once without someone going off script. So this was me trying to get them all walking together just to see how they are all clustered together, and they just caused chaos everywhere. It was a problem. They kept getting stuck on each other, and I had to like come in and like move them, be like, hey, don't go that way. That has an IR sensor and just walking into a wall for some reason and going back and forth, but they're cute when they work together. So in the future, I do plan to do upgrades for these. There's only 3 of these right now, but of course I have to go to V4 in the future, or V3, V4 in the future, and I want to figure out how to make them a lot more autonomous, maybe with some type of LiDAR sensors and things along that nature. And I'm hoping I can get that done soon. That's pretty much all I got. Thank you.
We have time for lots of questions. Anybody have questions? Anybody have questions? I have a question.
Sure.
So what do you use to program these?
The smaller one, this is actually the newest one. It's open source now. I'm actually going to see if I can. Oh, I can. Okay. I can cut to the table here. I kind of wish I had a different angle on this camera. Do you mind if I move this? Just gonna try not to make you guys dizzy. Okay, this kind of works. But this one is working C++, and this one's actually working, and the files are up online, and it does all the things it's supposed to do. But this is running Arduino C++, so that's easy, click and drag, upload the code. It's all open source now, and you can follow it and find it on whatever platform I'm on. So, yeah. Oh, your foot's
Do
broken.
you do any simulation of the robots?
Nope, I eyeball everything.
Do you have another upgrade or new design for the Comet Crawler that you want to implement?
Not right now, because upgrading these are very stressful, because I'm not using any like ROS or no like animations. I'm like literally watching them do stuff, taking notes, and then trying to edit it as I go. So it's very slow and time consuming and probably a really bad idea, but it just becomes a lot after a while. I kind of want to go and work on something else at this point.
You probably just answered my question, but what would you say the biggest challenge was going from V1 to V2?
The biggest problem was adding more legs. I know that sounds very weird, but once you start adding more legs, the different math volumes start happening. You have to like, or instead of going 1, 2, 3, now you have to do 1, 3, 6, and then 1, and the math becomes mathy.
Yeah, you kind of just touched upon that idea, but my question was how you came up with the algorithm for the gate, or it sounds like it was done by hand. Do you have any plans to incorporate any other maybe research or algorithm out there that study the animal gates?
Well, the thing about it is like I made this open source because I really just do this for myself and for kicks and giggles. But the idea is I wanted to make an easy project for people to make crawling robots because there's not many like little quadrupod or hexapods that are out there that are easy to get into. They look very intimidating and very scary to get into. So when I designed this, it's using just, what is it, 8 servos and 1 board, and it works. So I wanted to try to make it as simple as possible. If people want to expand upon my work, I hope they do. And they can do it what they will, but for right now, I'm just having fun.
When do you decide, when you want to upgrade, how do you decide whether you want to, I guess, upgrade the one that you have or just build the new one or take apart?
I've had that problem before, especially with like Digit up here. I've learned to always just kind of start over from the beginning and build a new one because you're going to need the old one to show off. I had a problem a few years back where I kept like recycling my projects, and then when I come to events like this, I have nothing to show because everything has been recycled over and over again. So it's kind of better just to start over. Like if you get one working and you know it works, just start over from the beginning and make a new one because then you can have that old one to compare, contrast, and show.
Any other questions? Please, I want to hear a loud thank you. Anything else you want to add?
No, thanks for coming out.
So if what we'll do is we're going to move him to the back. So if you want to see the robots up close, is that okay?
Yeah.
Jay? Yeah, so the 2 tables in the back, you guys can see the robots. They're pretty amazing. The robot on his shoulder is pretty amazing. So like, nobody even asked you questions about that. So
Yeah.
thank you, guys. So we're about to get started here. So everybody, a big round of applause for Bam.
Thank you.
I'd say I'll give her an introduction, but for those on the live stream, we've been talking about for a couple minutes. But obviously, Bam is going to talk about prototyping anything. She works at Crunch Lab. I want to give her all the time possible. So take a big round of applause and let's get her started.
All right, thanks so much everyone for being here today. Today I'm going to be talking all about prototyping. And then there's going to be a small Q&A session at the very end. So a little bit about me. My name is Bam. I'm a product designer at Crunch Lab, so I design the built box toys that some of you might be subscribed to and might have that at your house. Some of you may also know me from BattleBots, so I'm also a driver and builder on the show BattleBots, and I also compete in the local combat robotics, within the local combat robotics community here too. So I'm going to start off with a little story. There's this thing called the Marshmallow Challenge. Some of you may have had this challenge before. It's when you're given some marshmallows, some straws, sometimes spaghetti, pasta, sticks, rubber bands, materials like that. And you're asked to build the tallest marshmallow tower in 15 minutes. All right, so this group of scientists did this study where they gave the exact same challenge to different groups of people. They gave this challenge to a group of MBAs. They gave this challenge to a group of kindergartners, and they gave this group of this challenge to a bunch of CEOs. Who has a guess? Who did the best? Kindergartners, right? So MBAs made a total of like 10. I actually forgot the units of this. 10 marshmallow things. The CEOs made up to 22. Kindergartners beat them by a big margin, 26 marshmallows. So we might wonder why that's the case, right? So after this talk, you'll have a good understanding why that was the result of this study. All right. So before we get started talking about prototyping, I want to talk to you a little bit about the product design process. The product design process, there's no one fixed solution to all the things to work on, but there's roughly 3 stages. The first stage is the discovery stage, the second stage is the ideation stage, and the third stage is the validation stage. So the discovery stage is all about learning more about the users. It's more about really understanding what the people you're designing for really wants and really needs. The ideation stage is all about exploring new ideas, coming up with a bunch of ideas, and also about communicating these ideas with people on your team and people around you. Last but not least, the validation stage is all about evaluating the effectiveness of your idea, right? Of understanding how well the thing you've made really addresses the needs and also how well it works. So, what is a prototype? A prototype is a carrier for your ideas. It's something that it's a way that your idea manifests in real life, and you're about to carry that around through your process. But what you do is you kind of iterate on that process, right? So the analogy here is like, if you're moving around the product design process, it's like a road, but your prototype is kind of like a car. It's something that you kind of take along the way. Sometimes you're modifying it to fit your needs, but along your journey, you're taking this prototype with you, and you're constantly iterating on it. So when you're kind of in the discovery phase, your car is something that you can use to help you better understand your users. So what do they really need? What kinds of things do they really want from this thing you're making? It doesn't need to be a product. It can be literally anything, right? It doesn't even need to be physical. Like if you're working on an app, right, this prototype can help you better understand your users. When you're in the ideation stage, your prototype can help you explore different ideas. So if you heard of the phrase thinking with your hands, right? You're putting some things together. It's kind of helping you visualize the idea you have in your mind. It can also help you communicate the ideas to your friends. If you have some coworkers and you have an idea in your head, how do you get that idea across from your head to their head over there? That's through prototyping. And then the last stage is validation. You're building prototypes to kind of improve on how well the thing works, and also to really test your idea to see whether it going back to discovery, whether it actually addresses the needs of your users. So we're going to take a look at some examples, and all these examples are going to be through the products that all the toys that I've designed in the past few years. So a photo here is me with a prototype of a little bee, actually, and I built that with like a measuring tape. But we're going to be seeing all these kinds of prototypes. All right, so the first example is the Crunch Labs lock box. This is the 33rd box in the Build Box product line. It's a little lock box. So I started off with the idea that I wanted to make a toy that teaches kids about how lock mechanisms work. So the first question I asked myself is, what is the biggest unknown? What is something that I don't really know, right? And the biggest part of this project is all about the mechanism, right? So I started with that. I started with this prototype at the very corner. I'm not even talking about the lock box. I'm just talking about the lock mechanism. So I'm designing just the mechanism and did several iterations on that just to see how the mechanism works and whether it really makes sense to build it under the constraints that we have. And then I started building the form of the lock box, and you can see it started taking different shapes. And then someone on my team saw this prototype, and they're like, oh, wouldn't that be cool if it was a treasure chest? I'm like, yes, it would be awesome if it was a treasure chest. So then I turned it into a treasure chest. But you can see the process of prototyping. You start off with kind of like a low fidelity, a very simple prototype where you can iterate quickly, and you focus on what is the biggest unknown that you have, and then you slowly move towards the function, the form, and like everything else, right? So you can see the prototypes have different functions and they have different priorities as you move through the design process. And at the very end, we have this final product that got shipped to thousands of homes around the world. And Mark honestly really likes this toy. Mark really, really likes lock mechanisms, and he also really likes lock picking. All right, here's another toy. So this is a toy I worked on with a group of friends in my grad program. We started off with the prompt of, we wanted to get kids outside and play with toys outside and not have screens. So the idea we came up was we wanted a ball toy. And it all started from this silly little sketch over here. They're adorable, right? But this is just an idea. So how do we bring this to life? It's just a ball toy. And the reason we wanted to be a ball is because we knew that kids naturally play with balls, or you kind of throw it outside and you play with it, interact with it in a very natural way. But we also kind of wanted to have its own personality, like maybe add a little electronics to it. But before we get to any of that, we wanted to figure out what it looks like. So our team spent 2 hours debating what to make that ball. We wanted to transform into a ball. So we were debating whether it should look like a little roly-poly or an octopus. Imagine sitting at a table in grad school for 2 hours debating about a roly-poly or an octopus. That conversation went absolutely nowhere. We were polling people had different ideas. So we decided that the fastest way to get this answer was actually just to build it, right? So we just 3D printed this. This took 1 hour to CAD and another few hours to print, but less time than it took for us to debate. We were just like, all right, we're just gonna make this and give it to kids. So you can see there's a roly-poly toy here. It kind of rolls into a ball, and the octopus has 8 legs, and it can also roll into a ball. So we gave this toy to kids and see how they interacted with it. Well, we learned so much from this silly prototype that we made, right? We gave it to kids. They played it when they're home. They played it with it in the playground. You can see the different interactions that they play, how they play with the toy. So as you can see, we are learning through the prototypes about how users are interacting with the toys. We are uncovering the kinds of needs that they want from the things that are building in a very, very low fidelity prototype. We did not spend much time building it, right? What we could have done is we could have built a very complicated toy, spent 3 months doing that, and given it to our kids, but we didn't. We focused on something we didn't know. We started super early on a very low fidelity prototype. And it was super duper fun. And what we found was how we ended up deciding on the form factor of this toy is that one kid, we asked them, how would you take care of this toy? And he was holding an octopus in his hand, and he said, I would throw this in the water. And we were like, all right, that is why we're not going with the octopus, because we don't want electronics in the water. So there we went with the other toy. So as you can see, it's, you didn't even need to make the toy realistic, right? Kids were able to put their own imagination into the toy. So then we started prototyping electronics, right, on a breadboard. We started wiring things together with an Arduino. That's when we started investing time into developing the toy further. We came up with this second prototype. We named it Blueberry because it's absolutely adorable. It has this button on its tummy where you tickle it, it does a little giggle. It has a color sensor, so when you put it on different colors, it can kind of feed off the light, and it has different colors light up on its back. And then again, we went back to kids and we had them play with the toy. So you can see they interacted with it in even more familiar ways. And then we continued iterating. We started working on the shell. We started casting things on the shell because we learned that, if kids were to throw a kid threw the toy at another kid's head, there was no crying, but it was very close. So we were like, all right, we gotta make it a little softer. So we started experimenting with different things we can cast around the shell. We had a copper PCB board. Now we're even developing it even more. And in the end, we had this final. It's still a prototype again, but another more refined prototype. And then we continued testing with kids. So as you can see the prototypes evolved from very simple prototypes to more complicated prototypes. And along the way, we're constantly testing. What we did was we even pitched our toy to toy companies. We even made a packaging and all this marketing stuff, right? So this was continuing to validate this idea, because we're not only making this toy for kids, we want to make sure that people in the market really wanted this toy. So we kind of played around with how we can test this idea in different ways. So as you can see, prototypes can take so many different forms. Prototypes can even take the form of sketches. So many of you may have sketched things on a notebook, things like that. I consider sketching as a form of prototyping because it's kind of something where it helps visualize ideas and put your ideas on a piece of paper. It helps you communicate that idea with your friends, right? So here is real footage of a Crunch Labs brainstorm. So this is some of the product designers. We have a team of very smart 12 product designers at Crunch Labs. And we're constantly brainstorming. Every week we come together for 3 hours and we talk about all our ideas. So what we do is we do a lot of sketching. We sketch out ideas and show that to each other. We share ideas. And sometimes we even have, we even start making toys on the spot. We might grab 2 different toys. We're like, oh, we kind of like this part from one toy, this part from the other toy. Grab some cardboard, some paper, cut things, tape together. Hey, try playing with it. Is it fun? So we do a lot of, this shared collaborative brainstorming. And again, all that requires to do all this prototyping is just stuff you have around the house and sketching. And this is to show that the point of prototyping is not just to test with users. Sometimes it's to communicate this idea with people around you, with people on your team, with your stakeholders, and so on. All right, this is one of my favorite prototypes I built. This is an early concept of a toy called Busy Bees. So the whole idea about this prototype is you have a hive and you have a bunch of bees. I wanted to make a toy where kids can kind of play with it in a social way, but they can come together and kind of collaborate on something. So you have these little bees with wheels on them, and then the idea is you go out and collect, different colors, right? You go and collect different things out there, and then you bring it back to the hive, and when you connect it, you kind of help light up this hive. So as you can see, the little bees, they're very simple. I just built that with a piece of foam, hot glued to some Lego wheels. This took me like 5 minutes to make. And googly eyes, of course, you can't forget googly eyes. And then you put it on the hives and the hives light up. Well, you might wonder whether this hive is complicated. It really isn't. So there's this Arduino board on the bottom, and I manually push buttons to make things light up. But kids don't know that. So I gave this to kids, and we were testing them, right? So they were walking around, collecting different colors in the world, and then when they come back, you might be able to see my hands under this piece of foam core, right? And then I push buttons to make the thing light up. There you go. I'm pushing buttons, things light up, and it's such a magical moment. But I did not need to spend all that time. You can see my hands down here. So I'm just like pushing different buttons right there. This is actually called, this kind of prototyping is called the Wizard of Oz prototype, because you're kind of like putting yourself behind a smoke screen, making things happen, although it's not actually the way it's intended to, but it doesn't matter because it's all about the story. It's all about how the product is intended to work, not how it actually works. So you can see this kind of prototyping I was able to build, and it doesn't take much effort because it didn't need to, right? It's so simple. The last example I'm going to give you is this Crunch Labs rock, paper, spinner toy. I had this wild idea of a toy that is a physical version of a game that I liked as a kid. It's basically, you have this, so this is how I pitched it to my team. I was like, well, you have this thing, it's kind of like a machine, and you can either win or lose or tie to rock, to paper, or to spinners. And they're like, what the heck are you talking about? We have no idea what you're trying to say. And I made some sketches, and I showed them. I'm like, see, so you know how you always want to win to rock, paper, scissors? But what if like it's kind of like this brain twisting game where like sometimes you're trying to lose or sometimes you're trying to tie? They had no idea what I was talking about. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to build it. So I built this prototype. So you have 3 rollers at the top, three faces at the bottom. And you spin it, and then it says either win, lose, or tie, and then rock, paper, scissors. And then you answer by putting a ball at the top. So let's say lose to paper. So I'm like, how do I lose to paper? Rock. So I put a marble, I put a little ball bearing in the rock, and then this is kind of like a logic board that sorts out the balls. If you get it right, it falls this side. If you get it wrong, it falls on this side. But this prototype took me just 1 week to make. And after I built this, I showed it to my colleagues, and they're like, oh, we get what you're trying to say, right? It helped me communicate this idea that was in my head to my friends. But we also gave this to some kids and to play with it. And the whole idea was to even just test, is this even fun? Because if you're spending months and months developing a toy and it's not fun, then what's the whole point? So what is the quickest way you can get to understanding whether your product even fulfills the needs of the people that you're building for? So this prototype took 1 month. And then I started iterating on the form factor. I had this circular form factor. These 4 prototypes, the only difference between them is the different sizes of magnets inside the spinners. So I spent some time iterating and iterating, a bunch of iterating. This took me 5 more months. This whole pile of prototypes was such a headache. Some of them you can't even tell how they're different, but they are, I swear. So this took so much more time, just iterating, until, now we're also testing along the way. We're testing the product with kids, seeing if the toy makes sense, if it's easy to build. And at the very end, you have a final product after 5 months of prototyping. Hi, Mark. And yeah, you can see the whole journey was not easy, but it was all about prototyping, all about iterating, and all about understanding what your prototype is trying to do. So as you can see, different prototypes serve different purposes, right? They all are here to do different things. And that's why it's important to plan your prototype ahead of time. You need to think about the purpose, right? What your prototype is trying to do. You need to think about your building plan, what the fidelity of your prototype is, and how you're going to build it. And you also need to think about evaluation. How are you evaluating your prototype and seeing whether it's actually effective and whether it's actually doing what you're trying to do? And between each step, you need to ask yourself, do I pivot or persevere? Right? Sometimes you might realize that the idea is actually not that great. If you're continuing to persevere when it's not actually trying to do the thing you're trying to do, then you're just kind of wasting time. So I made the analogy of a car. Sometimes you might realize that a motorcycle actually is will do a better job than your car. And going back to the marshmallow challenge, why did the kindergartens do better? It's because they don't focus on really trying to find out the perfect solution in the beginning. They are kind of just jumping right in, right? These guys, they're like, oh, okay, let's draw some sketches. You work with the marshmallows, you work with the pasta sticks. The kindergartners are just iterating and they're just building and iterating on the spot. And that's how they got to 26 marshmallows instead of 10. So some of us might think that prototyping is just for designers and engineers. Actually, that's not the case. Prototyping is for anyone because prototyping is kind of like just a mindset. And let me talk you through some of the principles of the prototyping mindset. First of all, it's all about embracing experimentation and iteration. It's all about understanding that things aren't perfect from the start. You're constantly learning through failure and through feedback. It's all about failing fast, about thinking about simplicity and speed over perfecting something at the very beginning. It's all about starting small, breaking big ideas into small chunks, and testing these small things along the way. And last but not least, it's all about staying curious and open to unexpected outcomes, because sometimes you're going to experience some things that you'd never expected, and you're constantly learning. You're constantly learning. So anything and absolutely anything can be prototyped. And by embracing a prototype mindset, it helps boost your creativity and resilience because we're awesome. Because we're constantly not worried about failing, and we're kind of embracing failure as part of the process, and it helps you become a more resilient person. So the last note I want to leave you guys on is all about acknowledging that you don't know everything. Because with this mindset, you're constantly you're constantly humble, you're trying to test new ideas, you're asking people for ideas, right? You're constantly testing and you're embracing that failure is in fact part of everything we do. Right, so that's about it. I think I have some time for questions. Thank you.
Big round of applause. If you have a question, raise your hand and I'll bring you the microphone. There we go.
Hi. Do you have any specific examples of big failures you've had or big problems that you've had a hard time getting around, and how you did get around those problems?
How I did get around those problems. See, I think one of the biggest scale failures I like talking about is actually when after I graduated from undergrad, I was working with a startup, and then during COVID, I actually got furloughed, and so I was that was kind of a big failure, because I was oh, this is kind of a bummer. What do I do? And then I walked past this math school right across from my apartment, and I just went up to their door and I was like, hey, can I start teaching? Are you looking for math teachers? And they're like, sure. And so I started teaching math, and that is exactly what sparked my passion for working with kids. And I ended up transforming that into where I am right now. So I think that's the lesson from that is to try to take failure into new opportunities.
How many mistakes have you made?
How many, what, sorry?
How many mistakes have you made?
I can't count them. There's too many. And again, it's a completely normal part of life, We all make mistakes. Yeah.
How many things have you designed at Crunch Labs?
At Crunch Labs. Oh, okay. So I worked on the lockbox. I worked on the lockbox. I worked on the rock paper spinner toy. And then for the past whole year, I've actually been working on the secret project that's coming out next month, which I can't talk about, but I wish I could. But you'll find out about it super soon.
Hey, a prototype leaves out some details. So how do you, I'm curious, do you have a pattern for which details you're emphasizing first? Mm-hmm. Is it the aesthetics, or is it the functionality, or is it the manufacturability? And is there a pattern to that, or do you just do it based on what seems riskiest to you at the moment?
That's a really, really good question. So I would say there's no really wrong way to prototype, but a good prototyper knows how to prioritize their tasks. They really understand what is the biggest question I have right now, and what is the thing that would affect the design in the most drastic way. And I think that's a question I ask myself each time I plan a new prototype is, what do I not know, and how do I get to that answer as soon as possible, right? So sometimes that might be the feasibility. If you're building a completely new technology, feasibility might be the biggest question, because you're is this even possible, right? Or sometimes it's manufacturing. Is this even possible to build if you're trying to build something that you ship to hundreds of homes? But sometimes it's just about the users. It's testing the user process. So I think it really depends on the thing, but I think the question you need to keep in mind is, what is the biggest question that I don't know right now, which would shape, in the biggest way, shape how the product goes?
What Crunch Labs box number is the rock, paper, spinner?
35.
Okay.
Okay?
I noticed that when you made the rock, paper, spinner thing,
Yeah.
your original design actually varied like highly from your final design, right? The
Yeah.
other one was vertical, one was horizontal.
Yeah.
How do you like when you have like a vision for something? Because from the prototypes that you had made, many of them resembled the original one a lot, right? How do you get over like the idea that you have this vision and you really want to make it a certain way? How do you like get over the idea of committing to that one vision and realizing, oh, something else might work better and I have to give up the original vision to make it the best version it can be?
That's a super good question. So this prototype, right, I was not worried about manufacturing. I was not worried that my product needs to fit in a tiny Crunch Labs box and needs to be shipped out to kids and needs to weigh less than 1 pound and cost less than a certain amount of money. I did not need to worry that the parts needs to be injection molded or that kids need to build it. All I cared about in this prototype was to test this idea. Is this even fun? So those were my constraints going in for this specific prototype. And in my head, this was the easiest way to build it. It's just this tower, it spins. These parts, you know, if I were to make this toy a Crunch Labs box, not only would it probably not fit in the box, it would cost 3 times as much because these are all independent molds. However, after I tested this toy, right, the purpose of this prototype is to get this idea. But the purpose of the other prototypes is to actually turn it into a Crunch Labs product. So the constraints are now different. And I talked earlier about pivoting or persevering, right? That's a question I ask myself in between these things. I'm like, all right, does this prototype, you know, work as a product? Not really. So then I decided that I needed to pivot, to need to work on another form factor. And this form factor actually came about from a bunch of like my coworkers' ideas, right? I saw a salad spinner lying around. I'm like, oh, this is kind of awesome as a like the salad spinner mechanism is kind of sick. So let's do that. So yeah. Question in the back. 2 questions in the back.
How do you think of like designs for the Crunch Labs boxes?
How do I come up with the designs? All the designs come up in so many different ways. So we have like a design bank. A lot of the ideas, we have like a brainstorming channel where every time we see something cool just lying out in the world, we share it with each other. So, and then sometimes, you know, we see this toy and we're like, oh, that toy, I bet that toy could be better. And then I realized that like this thing that my coworker sent me like 5 months ago might be a great addition to that one other idea that I had. So you kind of like mix and mingle all these different ideas in new ways until you come up with a toy, right? This one specifically, right, the mechanism for the spinning is from a salad spinner. The ball actually picks up. The way it picks up is just like the way you pick up a tennis ball with a PVC pipe. And then these little like logic plates, they come from another toy that Danielle, one of my coworkers, shared with me. So it's all a jumble of different ideas that come together in unexpected ways and in cool ways where you can make new things happen.
In the prototyping process, do you ever like experience burnout? And if so, how do you handle it?
Yes, I take a nap. That's not a joke. So whenever I get burnout, right, so the prototyping process is, you know, it may look like systematic, but it really isn't, right? It's kind of like ideas come up. You can't really force someone to be creative in the moment. What you do is you kind of just like take a break from it. Maybe you work on another thing, right? Maybe you're working on another project. And sometimes you sleep on it and you wake up and you're like, wait, that problem was actually not that easy. And one of the resources that we can never forget is the people around us. I think it's super important to surround yourselves with people that you feel are smart or capable and can give you some awesome ideas. So most of the times, whenever I get a roadblock, I always get answers from my friends.
Can we have a big round of applause for Bam?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bam, if I can ask you, if you could, when you're done, can you go to the back table so people can come up to ask you questions that are shy to ask on the microphone?
Awesome. Yeah, so I'll be in the back. You can come ask me questions. Or I'll also be at the Crunch Labs booth if you want to stop by and make your own fidget spinner and come say hi.
What shed is the Crunch Lab? Can you
Sorry?
tell them where the Crunch Lab is? Is coal shed?
It's at the coal shed.
2. Coal shed 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Hope you had fun.
Have you ever wanted to throw a lightning bolt at something? Well, as it turns out, it's technically quite possible to do. Today we're going to fire this directed energy device that I built a while back. I call it the Lorentz cannon. The cannon is supported by a 240,000 volt pulse forming tower called a Marksbank, which delivers an electrical power pulse of several gigawatts to the 30-barrel armature gun mounted on top. The gun then initiates a plasma channel through the air at current levels found in natural lightning and can direct this plasma channel towards any grounded target. Now you might be wondering, why would anyone build such a thing? Well, back in the day when I lived at Survival Research Labs, my task was to make electrical devices that could somehow interact with the machines. But these machines were often quite violent and unpredictable, and they were usually loaded with weapons and explosives. So how could you arm an electrical device to survive in such a hostile environment? The answer? Use pulsed power. And if that doesn't work, use more pulsed power. Now, capacitor banks are a cheap and cheerful way to blast objects with hundreds of megawatts, or shower large areas of machines with molten metal. But to blast an object with capacitors usually involves running very heavy cables, And dragging these heavy cables up to a fast and mobile machine wouldn't be very practical at all. So I wondered, could you somehow direct a lightning bolt at a hostile machine instead? I'd read about lightning researchers who could direct lightning bolts to the ground by firing rockets trailing a thin wire. But how can a hair-thin wire possibly carry tens of thousands of amps? This is where the Lorentz force comes to the rescue. When you
but only one of them is young.
What's up there?
Since the beginning of time, the human race has gazed upward in wonder and asked this very same question. The night sky has inspired poets and artists. It has captivated the greatest minds from around the world and throughout history. Astronomers and physicists, philosophers and explorers, those who mapped our galaxy and continue to unlock its many mysteries. The vastness of the universe seemingly goes on for infinity in every direction, filled with stars too numerous to count, and galaxies that stretch for billions of light years. And yet, space is closer than you think. Only a short 62 miles above us, at what is known as the Kármán line, is where the cosmic realm begins, and where space plays an important role in our everyday lives, impacting how we travel, how we entertain, and how we stay connected. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the world's first artificial satellite, and with it, a global space race. Since then, thousands more have followed in its path. Circling our planet right now are communication satellites that connect us with friends and family on the other side of the world. They transmit your favorite movies and TV shows and allow you to shop with the press of a button. There are environmental monitoring or weather satellites that track threatening storm systems, study ocean currents, and detect heat signatures before they turn into major forest fires. And then there's GPS, the global positioning system that helps you find your favorite restaurants, parks, and even planetariums. Each of these satellites follows its own path or orbit around this rock we call home. Most, like the Hubble telescope and the International Space Station, fly close around the planet in low Earth orbit, or what is known as LEO for short. Others are thousands of miles above us in medium Earth orbit, or MEO. And there are even satellites that are more than 22,000 miles away in geosynchronous Earth orbit, or GEO. These three orbits, LEO, MEO, and GEO, host a wide array of satellites that both protect and enable our modern way of life. In LEO, imaging and surveillance satellites keep a close eye on potential threats. They track deforestation, observe wildlife migration, and with modern radar technology, some can even see through the strongest of storms. In MEO, 31 GPS satellites work in perfect coordination with each other to pinpoint any location on Earth. These GPS satellites help farmers gather crops by mapping their land and directing their harvesters. They help first responders reach those in need when every second counts. And they keep the economy moving by supporting international trade and connecting credit cards and ATMs to banks. Deeper in GEO, weather and communication satellites provide the most complete view, capable of seeing a third of the world's surface at one time. And before long, the realm beyond GEO will become the all-critical staging area for future lunar missions. And someday, human settlements on our celestial neighbor, the Moon. The beauty and splendor of this solar system is shared by all. But for all its wonder, space is not without its challenges. With more countries launching satellites than ever before, and the dawn of commercial space travel now upon us, the highways around our planet are becoming increasingly congested. Over 50,000 objects, including debris from old satellites and rocket boosters, are being tracked in orbit around the Earth, racing along at 17,500 miles per hour. Powerful enough for something as small as a bolt to destroy a satellite the size of a city bus. Space is also a contested domain, with the development of anti-satellite missiles. There are advanced attack satellites capable of dragging other satellites out of their orbit, and electromagnetic jamming that can disrupt the ability to transmit and receive communications. These challenges undermine our belief that the great expanse above us is meant to benefit all nations. Therefore, space must be guarded. That responsibility rests on the shoulders of the United States Space Force. It is why they are called Guardians. As the first military service created for the 21st century, their mission is not to explore the cosmos, but to secure our nation's interests in, from, and to space. To make it safe and accessible for science and commerce. And to work jointly with other military branches. The satellites that the Space Force develops, launches, and operates allow airmen to pilot the skies. They enable sailors to navigate the seas, both above and below. They guide Marines through dangerous, unfamiliar terrain in the dead of night. They make it possible for soldiers to relay vital intelligence from anywhere in the world.
All right, all right, all right. Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, that's not so good. Let's try this again. Good afternoon, everybody. How awesome is that? Okay, so we have a presentation from U.S. Space Force. We have DeAndre Floyd and Kayla Beggs are going to come up and speak. They're going to talk about all of the things Space Force. They have only 20 minutes, so I'm going to cut my intro short to give them all his time. A round of applause for these folks.
Today, space is essential not only to our way of life, it's absolutely critical to the modern way of war. GPS, ATMs, cell phones, gas pumps, traffic lights, power grids, guided missiles, surveillance, RPAs, ground combat control. There's no such thing as a day without space operations. You just don't see them. Earth is only half the battle. Cyber attacks and jamming of our satellites. Microsatellites that can create a debris field. At 17,000 miles an hour, a piece of metal the size of a coin can be weaponized. Now is the time for a military branch with a clear and singular focus on space. A military branch that protects the hopes and dreams of America and our way of life as the space domain becomes more and more contested. It's time for another giant leap. The United States Space Force is being built from the brightest minds across the space operations of the Air Force, our joint services, and the private sector. We aren't just getting ready for the near future, we're getting ready for the 22nd century. When our enemies ask, what if? We will have an answer. When foreign powers can build bases on the dark side of the moon, when private companies are inventing a new economy beyond our planet, we need to stay one step ahead of the future. And the future is where we'll make history. We will fight in an environment with no up or down, no left or right, where there are no borders and nowhere to hide. Our Space Force is defending our country, here on Earth and wherever our mission takes us. As commerce and exploration expand, we will imagine the unimaginable, anticipate the inconceivable, and prepare for the impossible. We won't just think outside the box. We'll think outside the atmosphere, in one of the most challenging environments ever known.
All right, how's everybody doing? What's going on? I know we got more energy than that. How's everybody doing? Let's go. How was that video? Good? Bad? What do you guys think? How was the video? You loved it? You want us to play it again?
3, 2, 1, ignition.
All right. So I'm looking around, and it looks like there's a lot of familiar faces here that we've talked to over the past couple days. So welcome back, and good to see you guys again. But there's a decent amount of folks that I don't recognize. So for those of you that haven't introduced yourselves to us, I am Tech Sergeant DeAndre Floyd, accompanied with First Lieutenant Caleb Beggs, and we're here to talk to you about the Space Force. Alrighty, so what we're going to talk about, okay? We're going to talk about who we are, why are we here, okay? We're going to talk about what we do. We're also going to talk about some education requirements for the Space Force, and then we're going to talk about our personal journeys just a little bit. Okay, all right, so who are we? Why are we here? What do we do? So sorry to burst a lot of your bubbles, okay? We do not know Steve Carell. Okay, sorry, and we do not work with the Men in Black. We do not work with them. But I can say that we do, maybe we know a little bit of things about aliens, so yeah, we'll just keep that on the down low, okay? But we are the Department of Defense's newest military branch, okay? We're the newest military branch, stood up in 2019, all right? About 10,000 strong and only getting stronger every single day, okay? Only getting stronger every single day. So just like any other military branch, there's a structure. We have field commands, deltas, and squadrons. Field commands being the overarching categories of how we identify what we need to be working on, right? So we have Space Training and Readiness Command, or STARCOM. We leaned really heavy into the nerdy side of the Space Force. We have Space Operations Command, or SPOC. And then we have Space Systems Command, which is going to be SSC. That's our acquisitions folks. We also have deltas, which just further identifies special niches, and then squadrons, which consist of the folks actually doing the work, doing the jobs. So the big question is, what do we do? So does anybody know what we do as a Space Force? And don't look at the slide. Don't look at the slide. Way in the back. Here, come up front. Come up front. Everybody give him a hand. We do stuff in space. Okay. Got anything else? Set foot on Mars. Okay, hopefully one day. Hopefully one day we'll set foot on Mars. For me, I like my feet on the ground, so it won't be me going to Mars. I can promise you that. But our main mission is to secure our nation's interests in, from, and to space, okay? In, from, and to space. So what does that mean, in, from, and to space? So I heard somebody else say something about monitoring something.
Yeah, monitoring for threats.
Monitoring for threats. Okay, so all sorts of threats. So let's talk about in space, okay? In space. So potential threats for my intents and purposes, what I used to do, we called it collision avoidance, okay? Collision avoidance. So monitoring for threats, we want to make sure that our satellites don't collide via the video, right? That's going to create a large debris field, and that's something that we don't want. That's going to be a danger for everyone, and including ourselves, so we want to make sure that we're monitoring for collisions out in space, okay? Satellite missions such as GPS, okay, that's going to be from space. We have our satellites up there just beaming down data, and that's for everybody to use, okay? So for GPS, that supports so many different sections, right? So agriculture, position navigation and timing, right? So just getting to the Maker Faire, going home from the Maker Faire, okay? That's something that we provide. And then launching and supplying missions, that's going to be to space. So that's going to be the Space Satellite Systems folks out in LA, getting those contracts, getting that acquisitions to put stuff up in space. So we're actually going to take a time out. We're going to look at something real quick here. All right, so what we have here is an overall view, and hopefully everyone can see it. Cool, fantastic. All right, so what we have here is an overall view of space, okay? So one of the civilian aspects of the military, GPS. This is another function that the military supports that anyone can use, okay? So let's look and see what we have going on in space. So let's zoom in here. So all of these little dots are objects in space, whether it be rocket bodies, debris, active satellites. These are all things that are just floating around that we have to keep track of. This is called space domain awareness. We want to keep track of everything in space to make sure that these things don't collide. So if we look here, right, we have the surface of the Earth. And if you see right above it, we have a lot of green dots here, okay? So space is actually closer than you think, okay? It is just right above us. So this fuzzy little ball here of all these green dots, this is called LEO, okay? This is low Earth orbit. This is called LEO. This is where the majority of our vehicles are. So think the International Space Station, think Starlink, OneWeb, Project Kuiper. Those are all internet functions. Think Iridium, so satellite communications. All of those things are here in LEO. And these are all things that we have to keep track of. If we zoom out just a little bit, everything in the middle here, this is called medium Earth orbit, or MEO. And then if we zoom out just a little bit further, everything in this ring, this is all called GEO, or geosynchronous orbit. So think Dish Network, DirecTV, right? These are in a geosynchronous orbit, meaning that they rotate along with the rotation of the Earth, okay? So from our perspective, those satellites appear not to move, okay? So think of like a satellite dish on top of your house. When you set that thing up, it doesn't move, right? It just stays in a stationary location. In order for us to achieve that, we have to go out to GEO. It has to be in a geostationary orbit. So we're just gonna take one more look here, kind of zoom in, and the yellow line that goes along with it, that is the propagated orbit for that particular satellite that I have highlighted. So that's where that vehicle will be going over a period of time. Okay. All right, so just wanted to talk a little bit about education in space. Okay, education in space. This is the Maker Faire, and I know there's a lot of bright young minds out there, so I just want to inform you, right? We are not recruiters, I promise. We're instructors, but I do want to inform you that education is important, school is important, especially if you have a STEM background, okay? So entry requirements for guardians, all right? For enlisted, high school diploma, qualifying ASVAB scores, okay? Pretty straightforward stuff. But for us, for the Space Force, right, our ASVAB scores have to be really high, okay? They have to be really high in order to be competitive. Same for officers, right? The officer route, bachelor's degree, and qualifying AFOQT scores. Now here's some of the things that you will learn if you decide to come to the Space Force. These are things that we highlight, things that we focus on. Okay, so orbital mechanics and physics, that's what we just saw, all right? The original application is a satellite tracking tool, but if you see that line that went along with it, that's gonna be orbital mechanics. Where's that vehicle going, right? How long is it gonna take that vehicle to come back around to its originating location, okay? The electromagnetic spectrum, okay? So that plays in line with our electronic warfare folks. So orbital mechanics, that's gonna be orbital warfare. And then electronic warfare, that's gonna be our electromagnetic guys. Computer science, so we do have cyber folks as well, along with remote sensing and systems engineering. And with that, I'm gonna pass it to First Lieutenant Caleb Beggs.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So like Sergeant Floyd was saying, I'm Lieutenant Beggs. Quickly, just wanted to run you guys through real quick. This being the Maker Faire, a very STEM-heavy event, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We wanted to just quickly give you guys an overview of how we as Space and the Space Force are utilizing STEM. So science figuring out how space works. If you guys saw in the video, there is no real up or down, left or right in space. So utilizing science to figure out how space works, studying weather in space, studying how far away planets are, and learning how to keep our satellites safe in a space environment. Also technology, building and using our cool space gadgets, whether that be satellites, launching rockets, or special sensors that we might use to see things and do things in space. And then engineering, designing and building things for space, for the future of space. We need engineers. You have to be creative, willing to tackle those hard problems that aren't necessarily the same problems that we face here on Earth, where we have gravity and things like that. And then lastly, math. So solving those space problems. Space is hard. It is a hard environment to deal with, so we need people who have that math background, that knack for mathematics that can help us to solve these math problems and solve these space problems. We must use math to understand how space works, physics to understand how space works. Calculating how fast our rockets need to go, where our satellites should be positioned for their operations and their missions and payloads, and then helping us to avoid collisions, as Sergeant Floyd was talking about. Lastly, we want to just end off real quickly with kind of a little bit of our journey and how we got to where we are. So for myself, I graduated from high school. I really loved math and science classes. I then went to college at the University of South Florida, where I participated in what is called the Reserve Officer Training Corps, or ROTC. Graduated with my Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science, and then received my commission as a second lieutenant in the Space Force. I then went to technical training out at Vandenberg Space Force Base here in California, where I learned the basics of space and learned how to speak the space language, a lot of the post-entry requirements that Sergeant Floyd was talking about. And then I was selected for this unique opportunity to stay and be an instructor and teach now our new enlisted guardians how to speak space as well. So now I'm going to hand it back over to Sergeant Floyd, and he's going to talk about him and his journey.
All right. All right, so I entered the military back in 2007, just right after high school. I graduated in May of 2007, and then went into the military in July. So really didn't have much of a summer break, just straight in. But it's been quite a journey. I have a lot of experience. I've done a lot of things. I used to be an aircraft mechanic. I used to work on F-15s. I've worked on the U-2, which is a really cool aircraft, which for this area you guys should be really familiar with. And I have quite a bit of experience in space assignments as well. I've done missile warning, space domain awareness. I've been to Thule a couple of times. For those of you that don't know where Thule is, it is pretty much like the most northern base you can get to. It is very, very, very cold, and it's very high up on the map. I have a little bit of experience with GPS as well. That was one of my shorter experiences, but I do have some knowledge on that too. So unfortunately, we don't have too much time, but I would love to talk to you guys about some of the missions that we do in the Space Force. If you haven't come to see us over in the booth, please do. Yeah, we'd love to have a chat and talk about the missions that we do, more than just what we talked about in this setting. Okay. So that's going to be all for us. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, we got time for 2 questions. Anybody want questions?
Sure.
Hello. Do you anticipate any space battles with different, parties or anything to do with protecting our satellites, things like that?
Absolutely, good question. So that is one of the core functions that we have. So orbital warfare. There's not a whole lot that we can speak on when it comes to orbital warfare, but kind of what I was saying before with collision avoidance. Destroying vehicles in space is not the way to go. Right? If you destroy something, that kinetic energy that those debris pieces have, they're just going to come back around and destroy your vehicle, right? So it's kind of, I don't know, double-edged sword. So hopefully we don't get to that point. Yeah, we don't want to destroy vehicles in space. That's not something that we are focused on. Good question.
Can we get a big? Oh, we got one more.
I was just curious how the satellites actually move while in space, and do they use the global positioning system to, like, you're tracking it, is it actually using the global positioning system to track?
That is also a really good question. So for the vehicles that are already up in space, it's called satellite C2 or command and control. So as the vehicles are over in space, right, they are basically yelling down, hey, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, to our ground antennas, right? That's how we know where they are, okay? GPS does have a factor in that as well, but mostly it's the satellites telling the ground where they are. And then also our ground radars, optical telescopes, space-based telescopes, keeping an eye in the sky to see where all of our vehicles are. Good question.
Can we give a big round of applause for these folks?
Awesome.
If you have any follow-up questions, their booth is just behind us. So if you could go right behind us, they have a big booth right next to the luminarium, okay? Thank you very much. We have another talk starting in about 40 seconds.
All right, thank you guys for your time, and as always, Semper Super.
A principal engineer for Lighting on Demand, a research facility for directly exploring the large-scale physics of natural lighting. He's going to be talking about resurrecting the plasma cannon to extend its range with modern capacitors, with reviving and firing the Lorentz plasma cannon. Greg Lay.
Hi, everyone. It's still dead. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out today. My name is Greg Lay. I'm an enthusiast of sorts for plasma physics, both from natural origins and large-scale artificial origins. Today, I'd like to talk about two experiments I've worked on. The first one is called the Lorentz plasma cannon, and the second one is a set of 120-foot tall Tesla coils to try to explore an effect called relativistic runaway breakdown. If you'd like to find out more about the stuff I've been working on, I've been doing this since the time where 3-letter URLs were available free for the taking. So check out LOD.org for more information. How many people here remember Survival Research Laboratories from San Francisco? Okay, quite a few. This project involves a bit of archaeology. Back in the day, when I lived at SRL, I built this plasma cannon to shoot at hostile machines in the shows. It lasted a very short time before the storage capacitors, which were from a junkyard, finally ruptured. Recently, though, I got a chance to rebuild this machine and run it at higher energies. So I made a short video of that. Let me show that. If I can figure out how to handle my technology. Have you ever wanted to throw a lightning bolt at something? Well, as it turns out, it's technically quite possible to do. Today we're going to fire this directed energy device that I built a while back. I call it the Lorentz cannon. The cannon is supported by a 240,000 volt pulse forming tower called a Marksbank, which delivers an electrical power pulse of several gigawatts to the 30-barrel armature gun mounted on top. The gun then initiates a plasma channel through the air at current levels found in natural lightning and can direct this plasma channel towards any grounded target. Now you might be wondering, why would anyone build such a thing? Well, back in the day when I lived at Survival Research Labs, my task was to make electrical devices that could somehow interact with the machines. But these machines were often quite violent and unpredictable, and they were usually loaded with weapons and explosives. So how could you arm an electrical device to survive in such a hostile environment? The answer? Use pulsed power. And if that doesn't work, use more pulsed power. Now, capacitor banks are a cheap and cheerful way to blast objects with hundreds of megawatts, or shower large areas of machines with molten metal. But to blast an object with capacitors usually involves running very heavy cables, and dragging these heavy cables up to a fast and mobile machine wouldn't be very practical at all. So I wondered, could you somehow direct a lightning bolt at a hostile machine instead? I'd read about lightning researchers who could direct lightning bolts to the ground by firing rockets trailing a thin wire. But how can a hair-thin wire possibly carry tens of thousands of amps? This is where the Lorentz force comes to the rescue. When you pass current through a wire, a magnetic field forms around it. Lorentz found that this field produces a force that compresses the conductor, which increases with the square of the current. Now normally, if you tried to pass 10,000 amps through a thin wire, it would instantly vaporize. But if the current rises fast enough, the Lorentz force grows faster than the explosive force, and it contains the hot plasma into a super dense channel. It's a great trick, but there's a catch. In order to get the current to rise that fast, you need to hit it with a rather large voltage pulse, and a fast one to boot. Now this is easy for a storm cloud to do, since it has hundreds of millions of volts available. But I wondered, could mere mortals pull off such a feat? As luck would have it, SRL had recently rescued a bunch of 20,000 volt capacitors from the scrapyard. But some quick calculations revealed that we needed over 120,000 volts to produce a fast enough edge. So to get 120,000 volts out of 20,000 volt caps, I borrowed the Marksbank approach used to power the Z machine. Now a Marksbank is a clever way to multiply voltage by almost any amount. Here's how it works. First, all of the caps get charged in parallel to 20,000 volts through the liquid ballast tubes. Then an array of spark gaps fires them in series, effectively multiplying the original voltage by the number of levels. So I started on the Marksbank design and stacked all of the 20,000 volt caps that we had into an 8-foot-high Marksbank weighing 4,000 pounds. Then Tim Wellington and I started on the plasma gun itself, which featured a heavy brass front striker plate for the high current plasma channel and 30 barrels for good measure, which seemed enough for a full SRL show. For acquiring targets on the killing floor, we gave the cannon actuators for both panning and tilting, and an aiming laser located in the central tube. Then we assembled all of the cannon parts in the SRL yard and tried some test shots. It worked! And it trashed my black and white Vidicon camera in the process. But at full capacitor voltage, the gun could only create a stable plasma channel about 15 feet long. So of course, we kept turning the voltage up, increasing the range, but unfortunately, the scrapyard caps were already at their end of life, and stressing them to 120% quickly resulted in many violent capacitor failures. So we needed to find new and better caps, and lots of them. But turns out they weren't cheap, and even used, just one of these energy storage caps cost more than my pickup. Well, it took me a minute to find another set of capacitors, but I finally had the good fortune to come across these. Here in the future, there are much beefier third-generation capacitors available, allowing more than double the drive voltage of the old bank, and peak currents well into the range of lightning strikes. So let's pick up where we left off. The ranging test back then yielded a 25-foot range, but by overloading the old caps to 120,000 volts. Today, let's see if we can reach 35 feet with 150,000 volts. I'll be operating the Canon and the Marksbank from the relative safety of the operator's console here, but with heavy eye and ear protection nonetheless. So first we acquire the target, then start charging the Marksbank. The top scale on this high voltage divider is calibrated to show the final output voltage. 150,000 volts is right about here. Okay, the bank is charged and ready to fire. 3, 2, 1. Ah, that familiar shockwave. I just hope the neighbors aren't too upset. Looks like I need to adjust the aim compensator upwards a bit. At this energy, the shock wave easily rips the target away and leaves a bit of a flame even. You can definitely tell that a stable plasma channel formed since it blew a hole in the plywood, and the peak current reached tens of thousands of amperes, and the Marksbank completely discharged its energy, and it was loud as hell. The echo off those buildings about a half mile from here kind of sounded like distant thunder. Now let's try doubling the energy delivered to the target. 210,000 volts is about double the energy of 150,000 volts. Our meter here only goes to 200,000, but it'll still give us a good estimate. 3, 2, 1. It looks like doubling the energy had an effect. As we can see, the target has now achieved a high state of division. But how did this happen? We can discover why by slowing down the video about 6,000 times. With double the energy, the shockwave has now gone supersonic, with wood and shrapnel departing at about 1,200 feet per second. The target simply can't move out of the way in time and is shredded to bits. Finally, how effective is the plasma cannon against electronics hidden inside hostile machines? This TV that I found in e-waste should provide a good indication. The cathode ray tube still lights up, which will provide us with useful diagnostics. Okay, we're ready to fire with a full 210,000 volts on the bank. 3, 2, 1. plasma channel didn't penetrate the front of the CRT, but simply went around it and connected directly with the deflection circuits inside. Those circuits then launched through the top of the television. Here's a close-up of the plasma channel connecting with the TV in slow motion. Note that at this speed, we can actually watch the electron beams scanning out the test pattern on the screen. The electronics hidden inside the TV were adversely affected by the plasma channel. So I was surprised at just how fast the plasma cannon range scaled with increasing drive voltage, and how much explosive force the shockwave can deliver to a target. The data suggests that a plasma cannon with just a 30-foot high Marks tower could achieve a quarter-mile range. That would be a fun follow-up project indeed, but I'll have to save that one for after I win the lottery. So there were quite a few people that commented on this video, and a common question was, what can you do to increase the range of this? As it turns out, there's a relatively recent theory proposed by two physicists called Gorevic and Zybin called relativistic runaway breakdown. And their theory it holds a possibility towards increasing the length of plasma discharges 10 to 20 times what you would normally expect from classical electrical theory. What I'd like to do now is describe a way to possibly pursue that theory and figure out what's actually practical, possible. Their theory starts out with a definition of an area in a storm cloud called a creation point. That's where lightning starts. Their theory proposes that you need at least 80 meters of distance, and along this distance, you need 200,000 volts per meter electric field strength. Now, this is interesting because normally you need about 2 million volts per meter to break down air and start a discharge. But using this relativistic trick that they propose, you only need about a tenth of that. So for any given voltage, you could produce a much longer arc. Now, 200,000 volts per meter times 80 meters is about 16 million volts end to end for this creation point. Now you might look at that 16 million volts and say, hey, that's not completely crazy to generate that here on the ground and try to get this process going, through artificial means. The way I would like to try to do this is to build 2 Tesla towers, and the reason you would have 2 is because it breaks the 16 million volt problem in half, to where now you only need 8 million volts per tower, oppositely phased. To support 8 million volts, these towers need to be about 121 feet because that's what normal plastics can support, if they're reasonably clean. And then the center-to-center distance of the 2 towers is about 317 feet to support this channel. Now, I thought that if I'm going to build 120-foot tall Tesla towers, before I go into that, here's some details of the tower. The top electrode is about 75 feet in diameter. It's an inflatable toroid. That's the easiest way by far to build structures of this size. Here in the middle, these are the sections of the secondary that generate the voltage. And the whole thing is supported by an inflatable silo in the middle that can lift about 15,000 pounds at a half PSI. Down below, there is the base that supports all the equipment. It's built onto a 30-foot flatbed. Here in the middle is a star frame that supports these columns, which support all the secondary windings when they're down below. And in the middle, there's a dance floor of sorts that will resolve all of the pneumatic pressures of the tower. Looking in closer, we can see there's 10 high-pressure blowers that they provide the pressure for the tower to keep it up. The primary winding is this cone around the center that energizes the tower. And that primary is driven by 12 220 kilowatt drivers. There's 6 here, 6 here. They're controlled by a control system on the back. And the blowers themselves are grouped into 3 sets, driven by 3 variable frequency drives, which in turn are driven by 3 generators here and 6 propane tanks. Now, I thought that if I'm going to build a 120-foot tower, I should at least try to build a third-scale prototype. And if that utterly fails and there's no way a 120-foot tower would work. So here's the 40-foot prototype I built a while back. It's fully functional. And even though it's a third-scale prototype, it turned out to be the world's largest by far, larger than the Electrum coil. It's fully inflatable. That structure will support about 700 pounds. It runs up to 3 million volts and can throw 50-foot arcs outwards to the ground. Okay. Here's a shot of it running at full bore. I'm kind of hunkered down here, and you can hear that I turned it down partway through the shot because I thought it was going to strike me. Wait till the end, please. I've learned quite a bit from running this third-scale prototype, and now we've pulled the trigger and we're building the full-scale models. And 1 second mortgage later, parts are starting to show up. So, anyone have questions?
Thank you. Going back to the plasma cannon, 2 questions. 1, I noticed on the control panel there was some sort of like redundancy with the firing, like fire A, fire B. What was that for? And then 2, is there any sort of supercooling used, like liquid nitrogen?
There's 30 barrels, and they're in 2 concentric rings with 15 positions. A and B are the 2 rings.
I see. Cool. And then is there any hypercooling or supercooling with liquid nitrogen to improve efficiency, or does that not apply to plasma?
It doesn't need the cooling since it's pulse power.
Okay.
If it was continuous, yeah, you would need some serious cooling.
Awesome. Thank you.
How much did...
I'm sorry. The person with the microphone, I guess.
Oh.
Go ahead.
How much did the third-size prototype cost, and how much is the full-sized one going to cost?
Oh, I didn't keep track. It was pretty cheap, though, since I didn't have any money. And this whole thing has been a great exercise towards building it by the most economical means possible. I think she had a question.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was just curious whether or not the one you've already built is the biggest Tesla coil that's ever been made yet?
Well, this third scale prototype is the largest working one in existence. And the one before that was Electrum, which was a coil I built in 1998 for a sheep ranch in New Zealand. And that one is still operational as well. The fellow who commissioned it ended up installing it 50 feet from his house, which was kind of interesting. He likes lightning.
So I have two questions. One, you sound awfully normal talking about this. It's like something I expect, they laughed at my experiments in the university. I'll show them, but...
Oh, they did.
So is that, these two towers, they're transmitting through free space, correct?
They're near field.
Okay. And with the Lorentz cannon where you have the little wire, is the distance primarily, is it primarily limited by your voltage, by your current, by the wire itself?
It's a good question. It's limited by the loop inductance and the voltage you have available.
Okay. So how does the wire itself affect the loop inductance?
The wire diameter doesn't, but its distance above the ground does.
How so?
It forms an area, like a kind of a triangular shaped area. And the longer the range, the voltage you need rises faster than the inductance because now that it's becoming a narrow triangle. And that helps the range go up faster with voltage.
Got time for a couple more questions?
So what are your plans for use of the Tesla coils at full scale? Yeah.
Oh, I suppose it has to have a practical use.
Or not,
Well,
or not. It could just be a conversation starter.
I actually have two main scientific motivations for this. One is to study relativistic runaway breakdown. Right now it's a theory. There's been no way to practically prove it or look at it or see what the details are. The other one is if you run the coils in phase and hook them to a balloon that's, say, several kilometers up, it looks like there may be viable resonant modes between here and the ionosphere to possibly transmit power.
I see. Thank you.
Couple more questions? Raise your hand.
There's one behind you.
Do you think there's any limits in coil size or arc length that you think will never surpass because of physics?
There are limits in coil size for pulsed coils. Eventually it becomes so big that its natural frequency is too low to support a reasonable pulse rate. For CW coils, you can make it as big as you want.
One last question?
Are you taking internships?
I'd love to, but my insurance company would probably howl at that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give Greg a hand. Cool product. Want to call yourself an inventor? Co-founders of Chomp Shop, Kowsey and Max, walk you through their process of inventing the chomp saw with tips and tricks for how you can turn your idea into reality too. Please welcome to the stage Kowsey and Max.
Thank you, everyone. It's on. Oh. Hello. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. I'm Kowsey.
I'm Max.
We're the co-founders of Chomp Shop and co-inventors of the Chomp Saw, which is a kid-safe power tool for cutting cardboard. And we're going to talk to you all about the process that we went through to come up with the idea for the Chomp Saw and how it turned from our original prototype into what you see here today and what we now sell.
So we, if you're a Shark Tank watcher, I don't know if anyone in the crowd watches Shark Tank. We got a couple. We were on last November, season 16. We did get a deal with Mark and Lori, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about how we got to that point and how we came up with this product that could even had a shot to get on TV, really. Yeah.
So Max and I met each other doing a master's of design at the University of Pennsylvania, and the Chomp Saw was originally a class project for the design program. And in that program, there was a lot of emphasis on the design process. And without the design process, we would not have come up with the Chomp Saw at all. And the way that the process works and how we'll walk you through how we use this process to come up with it starts with a problem that you see in the world. So once you have a problem, you start by empathizing with the people who face that problem by talking to them directly, doing interviews and doing research. Then you further define what the problem is. Then you move into ideating and coming up with a bunch of different ideas for how you could solve the problem. And finally, what I think is the most fun part is when you get into prototyping and testing your solution. And the key to the design thinking process really at the end of the day is that you're designing for somebody, or sorry, you're designing with somebody and not for somebody, that you are really putting a lot of emphasis in the end user's experience, and that you keep repeating the process over and over again, which you'll see that we did, until you come up with something really cool. So we started by empathizing. So in this class that we took, the prompt that we got was to design a solution to a problem that might exist in education 10 years in the future. And so we started by interviewing educators and talking about what kind of growing trends they see in the education space. And something that we noticed and that we heard over and over again was that we're teaching more and more kids design thinking skills, which is really cool, and how to solve problems. And so the thing that was an issue is that a lot of kids have these really huge, amazing, big ideas for products or projects, but don't have the ability to turn those ideas into reality and make something physical. And so that was a problem that we kept coming back to.
So once you've done the empathizing, you've gotten to know the people who are experiencing the problem, you may have found that the problem you thought existed is totally different, and it's time to redefine your issue. In our case, we took this opportunity to use what is called a how might we statement, where you have to ask yourself, what can we do to help a specific group to do something? And so the question that we came up with for us was, how might we create an engaging and fun tool, that's the do what, for kids, that's the who, and then in order to help them build their creative ideas. So that was our statement. We wanted to figure out creating this tool for this group, and we had an end goal in plan. So we had this problem defined and somewhere to go. We had a direction that was guided by this research that we did with kids, teachers, and parents. So the next step is to ideate. You want to come up with and get these ideas out of your brain onto paper or into some sort of physical existence, and start brainstorming and coming up with solutions, things that will meet your how might we statement or complete that how might we statement. So this is, for example, some of the sketches that were done early on, coming up with how we might address this issue that we'd established. But there's other tools that you can use as well. One of our favorites is called Protobot. And this is just a website, protobot.org, and it just generates random prompts and it just gets your brain juices flowing. So maybe for example, design a jacuzzi that uses solar energy. This would not help us in any way solve the how might we statement that we had established. But what this did do is loosened up our thinking gears, put a little oil in there, and got us thinking creatively, which then we moved on to some other techniques which we had learned, which one of our favorites is called Crazy Eights. Not the card game, but the ideation technique, where you draw out 8 squares, you give yourself 1 minute per square, and you have to come up with an idea in 1 minute, and you move through, and then at the end of 8 minutes, you've got 8 ideas. You may have 8 bad ideas, but at least you had 8 ideas and something to jump off of. And then you start asking yourself, why are these bad ideas? Or where is the good in these ideas? And you can take more than 8 minutes at that point to really think about how you could move any of these forward, or if you need to start from scratch.
So this was the first idea that I decided to prototype. It was called Design Jam, and it was a monthly subscription box with design thinking prompts for kids. So it would give you a prompt like, for example, design a piece of furniture for a school or something, like a prompt that every kid would get in that month. And then the tools and materials that you would need to prototype a solution to that prompt. And so I made these like cardboard stencils that you might be able to see in one of these photos, where you would trace out onto cardboard these shapes that you could then place together to build out a piece of furniture. So that was a prototype that I created here, which in testing I quickly found out didn't really work very well for kids, because cutting cardboard is really, really hard. The tools that are available for kids to cut cardboard are either too dangerous, like a box cutter, which most parents and teachers don't want to put in a kid's hand, or scissors that are kid safe, but you have to kind of, stab through the cardboard. You end up with really rough cuts, and most of the time kids are just asking the adults around them to do the cutting for them. And so this is when I first saw this problem that existed for kids in the whole prototyping process, which led us then to coming up with the idea of a kid-safe power tool for cutting cardboard. So this is the first prototype of the kid-safe power tool for cutting cardboard that we built. It was a cardboard workstation, so about this big, that the idea was that it would be the place where a kid would create something from start to finish. So the power tool was in this plastic housing that slid into the side of the cardboard table. As you can see, I'm the one who built this first prototype, and it was held together with a lot of masking tape. It worked for about 30 seconds, but that was enough of a proof of concept to test and to see whether people were interested in this idea. And really, what I would want to emphasize about the prototyping process is that it is about being, quick and dirty, and not being too precious about what the end result is going to be. What you want to do with prototyping is make enough of the thing that your end user, whoever you're testing with, understands it and can see if it solves their problem before you invest too much into building it for real. So for example, if you want to prototype an app, what I would recommend is that you just draw the app screens on a piece of paper and show it to people before you start working on, coding and developing an app. So that was the first prototype. After that, I thought, we should make this a real thing and prototype it, for a longer period of time. So that's when I brought Max on.
So I have a background in engineering, but we were doing this design program together. I also have kids. Cassie does not have children yet. And I was in this studio space that we worked together with, and I'd bring my son in. He was the only kid I had at the time. Bring him in, and I'd just make toys for him. So Cassie saw me doing this, thought it was really cool, asked if I would join her in this venture to create this cardboard cutting power tool for kids. And my answer out loud was yes. And the answer in my head was, this sounds like it could be fun for about 3 months, and then I'm going to get a full-time job so I can support my family, because entrepreneurship has always been scary to me, and I'm a low-risk individual. 3 months later, 3 months later, still working on it, and now 3.5 years later, also still working on it. Glad I stuck around. But we were at this point, Cassie presented her prototype to me. I actually couldn't even turn it on. because it was at a permanently broken stage. And so I knew what it was supposed to do, though. And so we went through this, and we redesigned it, took that whole summer, beefed it up a little bit. My kid here, that's Milo, he helped a lot, carried stuff around for us. And then we took it to our first Maker Faire in Philadelphia. So I don't know if we established that, but we're from Philly, is where we were going to school. It's where I still live. Kelsey no longer lives there anymore, but we still spend a lot of time there. And Maker Faire Philadelphia was kind of our kicking off point. The first time we got this product in front of more than 2 kids at a time. So we had hundreds of kids flowing through our booth and trying out this product, and we learned so much from this testing session. For starters, we learned that this one lasted longer than 30 minutes. It lasted about an hour. And then after an hour, it just started heating up too much. We learned it was poorly ventilated. There was a lot of other things going on. So we'd have to use it for an hour, pause it for 30 minutes, switch in the other one, use that one for an hour, switch out the old one, and just back and forth and back and forth. Also, the plastic we were using was acrylic, which under heat starts to loosen up and unbend. And so that's what we started experiencing. We were physically holding the thing together by the end of the day. But we learned so much. And one of the big things we learned, actually, was that people loved this tool. For one, kids were obsessed with it. They didn't want to stop using it. They were sad anytime we had to put up the "I'm cooling down, come back in 30 minutes" sign. But the parents also loved it. But their issue was, where am I supposed to put this giant cardboard table? Can this thing work without the table? And the answer at the time was no, sorry. But we took that feedback to heart, and we went and we made our next prototype. So this is back in the studio. We were limited by the components that we were using to the size of this product that we could have. And so I ended up making this very large wooden box, which wouldn't warp under heat, so we had that going for us. And the components barely fit inside this thing, and it was awesome. It was very stationary. People could use it, and it wouldn't slide or tip. That was another table problem, is it would kind of tip over. But then we got more feedback from teachers that they loved it, but where are they supposed to put this thing? They don't have a space in their classroom where they can have this out permanently, and no closet in a classroom is going to be big enough to fit this. So we decided it was time to size down again. And we came up with what would become our last hand-built prototype before we actually got this professionally done. This is the one you see here. And Kelsey, you can flip it on for us real quick, and you can see how loud it is. Let's hear that puppy purr. A really grindy, nasty sound. It worked. If it was on the table by itself, it would frequently kind of jump around. Yeah, so this is the one that we brought to a bunch of different events. This was the first one that lasted long enough for us to really get a ton of feedback for.
Yeah, so we started getting feedback for this prototype and started getting so much more positive feedback about it. It still had some issues, like for example, the motor that we were using was, I think we pulled it out of a table saw, and so it was way too powerful, and it would get really, really hot. So we would take it to a kid and be like, it's kid's safe. When you touch it, you're not going to get cut, but don't touch it. It'll burn you. And so, not truly kid safe, but it did communicate, the things that it needed to communicate for us to test it. And we actually took this prototype to the Bay Area Maker Faire 2 years ago. So that was our first Bay Area Maker Faire, and it was a huge success. I mean, all of the stuff I just said was still true, so we were still kind of rotating them out and making sure they didn't overheat. And the top lid is still laser cut acrylic that I spray painted the back of. But it worked really well, and we saw a lot of demand from parents. We realized that the form factor that we had come up with was something that kids, parents, and teachers all could get behind. And so then we did the ultimate test of our prototype, and we put it on Kickstarter. We did really well on Kickstarter, and it was kind of a huge surprise to us. I mean, the really great thing about something like Kickstarter is that it is kind of a prototyping and testing tool. We took this exact prototype that we had built, which we've shown a sneak peek of what the inside of that prototype looked like. It was literally an impact drive that was zip-tied. The handle was zip-tied so that it was always running, connected to, you can see what it looks like. And all of the pictures on our Kickstarter were just taken on my iPhone. And it was a massive success. Our goal on Kickstarter was $50,000. We raised $1.2 million. And what's really cool about that is that it just proved to us that people actually want this thing. Like, we've designed a real solution to a real problem that exists, and it just worked. And so we knew, it was worth continuing to invest our time and energy into and to keep making it better.
So at this point, we both quit our jobs. Cassie quit her job first. She had more faith, and then I quit my job a couple months later. And we decided that we kind of reached our limit of our abilities. This was, like I said, this was our last hand-built prototype, and we decided it was time to consult the professionals. So we used a bunch of the connections that we made at school, and were introduced to an industrial designer as well as some manufacturers who helped us with the design for manufacturer aspects and really turned around what we thought was the most beautiful box in the world into something that was 1,000 times more beautiful. And now if we turn that switch on, what? You can barely hear it. It sounds much better. It cuts better. It doesn't heat up. It lasts all day. We don't have to be switching these ones out anymore. But this was, ours. We reached our limit of our ability, and we decided it's time to consult the professionals. But we didn't trust them enough, so we had to move ourselves to China as well, which is where our manufacturer is located. And I spent a couple weeks there because I had a family back home, but Kelsey and some of our other team spent about 4 months in China overseeing this whole process. We went back and forth with them on a lot of prototypes, and eventually we got some samples pulled out of the injection molder. We got the actual motor and all the metal parts that we're going to be using in this product, and got them put all together. And I took home, after the 2 weeks that I was there, we came out with this prototype, which is still actually 3D printed. It was really hard to tell because it was really well done. But this is a 3D printed prototype, and it had its own share of issues. So this is my son on the left using it, and it was great. But the problem is I took it to another Maker Faire, and it performed just fine, except now instead of these heating up and noise problems, it had a few mechanical issues, which luckily were easily fixed by just some minor design changes in the tools. So for example, this drawer, you can see the drawer is taped shut. The drawer has a safety measure that if the drawer is out, the machine won't run, so you can't accidentally put something up there while it's running. But what would happen is the little thing that was holding this drawer in place was broken, and so the drawer would just constantly slide out. And so we ended up taping this thing up. This is a mild case of tape. There were other instances where we used a lot more tape. But because of this, because I came back and was able to test it with more kids, we were able to, and the other half of the team was in China still with the manufacturer, we were able to take that feedback and improve the tool before we actually sent it out to people. So no people other than the poor few who tried it here at the Philly Maker Faire ever saw that issue. But then after all that work and all that time, we came out with our beautiful chomp saw, which we love, which works, and it was time to take that again back to the Maker Faire, which Kelsey was there for.
Yeah. So last year, 1 year ago, we were back at the Bay Area Maker Faire to test these out again. So we had exactly 3 samples from our manufacturer that we brought back in our suitcase, and we took it back to the Bay Area Maker Faire, tested it with hundreds of kids, and the experience was like so incredibly different from the experience the previous year with this prototype that we had built ourselves in our makerspace. It was really wonderful, and so our goal with that was basically to make sure that it worked before we then Max went back to China to sign off on the prototype, and he got to watch all of the chomp saws come down the production line, which was like probably the coolest thing ever. And then I went over to our warehouse in Arizona and got to see the thousands of chomp saws that we ordered in the warehouse, which was also the coolest experience ever. It was like, yeah, I mean, it's just so incredible to have seen over the course of 1 year from the Kickstarter to then going through this design process over and over again, and then ending up with these boxes that were getting shipped out to people. And that was also the first time. So last October is when we started, November is when we started shipping products out for the first time. And then it was just in time for the holidays. And so we started to get some watch people start to open up their chomp saws and use it, and watch kids use it for the first time without us standing next to them, hovering over them, making observations and notes. And it is just like so surreal still to see kids use the chomp saw and own the chomp saw in their own homes, and to see it being used in schools. And yeah, I mean, we just really want to emphasize so much that even still, we're still testing. We're still continuously doing the design process and learning from the user and getting feedback and seeing how we can improve and make this better all the time, and how new products, like what new products we can create based on the feedback that we're getting too. And so that is, yeah, the design process, and that's what we use. That's what we're still using as a company to continue to come up with new things, and can't recommend it enough to any of you who are thinking about developing a product. So thank you, everybody. And we're happy to answer any questions.
We got plenty of time for questions. Just raise your hand and I'll pass you a mic.
Thank you for that talk. That was really nice. How did you guys ensure that people showed up to your Kickstarter? How did you make sure that there were people who are going to actually support you there?
That's a really great question. Kickstarter's become kind of a machine, so a lot of people who go on Kickstarter are hiring these like crazy marketing agencies, and we talked to a few marketing agencies before we did the Kickstarter, and all of their recommendations was basically like, whatever you want to make on Kickstarter, you have to expect to spend 15 to 20% of what you want to make on marketing in order to, to meet your goal. And we did not have that kind of money before our Kickstarter, so we were like, hey, we have to do this completely organically. So what I did was I looked at other Kickstarters that were coming out before ours, signed up for all of their newsletters, tried to make a plan based on what we saw other people doing. So one of the strategies that we see a lot of Kickstarters do is they do a VIP funnel sort of thing. So pay $1 now, and then you'll get early access to our Kickstarter, and you'll get to buy it at our VIP price for an extra discount. And that conversion rate on that VIP list is really high, something like 60% versus a normal email list, which is closer 1 to 2%. And so we really pushed that VIP list. We also started posting on social media and got really, really lucky on social media because we posted a video of Max's son Milo cutting something out on the chomp saw, which went really viral, and that was really a big kickoff for us. But yeah, so the power of social media plus trying to get strategies from what we saw other people doing in the space.
More questions?
I notice you're now on Amazon. Is that your primary distribution or fulfillment vehicle now?
No. We primarily sell direct to consumer from our website. We just launched on Amazon in August, and it's been going well. About 25% of our sales in August were through Amazon. Yeah.
Got time for a couple more questions? All right, well, thanks, Kowsey and Max. I've been, wait a second, you work there.
No, I don't. I don't work here.
Where did you get the t-shirt?
I am a big fan.
Okay, legit.
What's your favorite part of the job?
Of the job? Of this job?
Chomp shop job.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest ones is seeing the kids using it and just becoming fully absorbed in using the chomp saw. So stuff like the Maker Faire and other events that we go to, and we get to actually see these kids in person, and the parents are like, come on, come on, come on. And the kid's like, and they just sit and they shred and they build something cool and just can't stop using it. I think that's one of my favorite parts. The other favorite part is I don't have a boss.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll just share my own personal anecdote. I've been hoarding Amazon boxes for I can't remember how long, for I can't really say why. And I have a chomp saw, and it really makes great use of all those Amazon boxes that have stacked up. You can make some really crazy things that you cannot make with any other kind of device. So if we can give these guys a round of applause. Thank you. All right. Jesse Velez always knew he wanted to work in movies. He gained skills for the industry in college and started working on his own prop shop to make for film, television, live entertainment, virtual reality, and special creative industries. He says, I am crazy for movies, sci-fi, and art in all its forms. I'm an animatronics designer and experienced in a wide variety of practical effects techniques. I love assembling and leading creative teams to bring to life wild ideas for storytellers. Making magic on screen and in person through the marriage of art and science is my passion. Please welcome Jesse Velez.
Hey guys. Thank you all for coming to see this. This project has been crazy fast-paced. If any of you were here or know about our first version of Thing we showed last year, which was a walking hand, this one we did in half the time. And I'm going to walk you through the whole process of how we ended up here and what kind of cool technologies we've put together that could be used for other types of filmmaking in the future. So this one really started 5 months ago. Netflix came back to me and asked if we would think about doing a new version of Thing for the premiere of season 2. And I sent them back some concepts. Just as a quick reminder of what we did the first time, this is the actual pitch video that I put together for them to convince them to go for this one. So what we see in this one is the old beta hand, we called it, which was very square. It had a lot of different limitations, but we built it all in-house, and it took about 5 months start to finish for us to get to this product, which worked really well for the video at the time. But even just looking at it now compared to this one, you guys can see proportional differences and definitely movement differences when we have this one running. So I found these 2 other companies, Manus, which is this glove here. This is a motion capture glove designed originally for digital animation, which is now being used for teleoperation of robotics. And then also this company, Alt Bionics, which is really a startup. They were founded in 2020, and they are building prosthetic devices for people that are missing limbs. And they also build humanoid industrial robotics. So I saw this video, and I was like, we can do that for Thing. And I called up both of those companies, and they were totally on board. And then we had about 2 months to figure out how to make all of this wireless and able to move around the world. We have Thing sitting on a pillow here. He doesn't have to be. He's totally self-contained. And I put together this artwork and was like, here's the idea. If you guys want to do it, like, give us a call. And then they were quiet for about 2 weeks. And then they called us back and said, let's move forward. So we did a lot of testing. The hands from Alt Bionics needed to be modified. They already worked with the Manus software, but with tethered input through a cable, because the software runs on a computer. So we needed to figure out a way to make that all smaller, and we ended up with if you could hold that up actually, with a Microsoft Surface Pro tablet running the Manus software, and also custom code that sends that data back out to the hand. So I'm going to turn this on. You guys will see Thing operating here. So he mirrors my movements really fast. Over in our booth, we have a lot of crazy radio interference, so he's kind of jittery over there. But the whole point was for me to be able to do live interactions with the cast and really hide in the crowd, kind of be a magic trick for everybody. Could you slide over one more, 3 fingers, and just play that one? So we did a world tour, Nathan and I here. In just about 1 month, we did LA, Istanbul, Seoul, South Korea, and then London for the premiere. And we used our old walking hand, and then at the end of this video, you'll see we did all of our appearances with the cast on the red carpet. But really, for me, this was a problem-solving proof of concept. Could we take existing hardware and new control input devices to do something kind of different. And I'm excited about the possibilities for this glove for other things. You could use this glove to drive anything. It doesn't have to look like a hand. But since Thing is a hand, it's a good example for producers, for filmmakers to understand how it gets used. But we had a lot of fun. We did a lot of more jump scare type marketing stuff with him. And then we had the opportunity to meet all the cast members in London. So in each of these videos, Nathan and I are like right behind the camera. That was Victor, who actually plays Thing in the show. And our high five with Tim Burton. That was a good time, so. And we had the opportunity to show it off at the after party with everybody else there, including the team that does stop motion for Tim Burton. They were blown away by this stuff. They've been working for him for 35 years, so. I'm going to let the second one of these play. Yeah, I'm going to let this one just loop. And we're going to keep talking about, actually, let's switch over to this camera here. So this hand sitting on the table here is what we have inside of him there. We always build 2 of everything. And definitely one of these was always broken. But that we were able to keep. Misbehaving, yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff because we threw it together so fast. There's radio frequency problems, there's power issues, there's firmware issues on the hand, stuff that we did not have time or money to figure out, that we have a long wish list of if they ever want to do another version. But the Alt Bionics hand is really spectacular. Yeah. I don't know, Nathan, do you want to describe the way the wireless system works?
Yeah, so we have in the hand, well, I'm going to talk about the tablet for a quick second. So inside this case, I'm going to show you here. So we built our own little case here. I didn't bring a tool to open it up, but in here we just have the Bluetooth receiver for the hand, because that's how the hand communicates with us at the tablet, and then out of that we have this box right here, which is just an RS-485 Wi-Fi link. So we take that and then we connect it to the hand, and that is this board that you can see right here. That's a little RS-485 board that we pulled out of its housing that you just saw on the other one, and then that's got 2 tiny little wires that come out of it. It has a little you cannot see it in here, sorry. There's a little RJ45 that's buried in here that comes out, and then that connects to the hand's actual physical interface, which is down in here. There are a couple little tiny connectors on the actual base of the hand. All of this was the wrist is a 3D printed wrist that we added on to the stock hand from Alt Bionics. We also modified the fingers because Victor's proportions are different than their stock hand. So these are all 3D printed, nylon sintered fingers. But in terms of the power, we also have in here a boost converter, because this is a industrial robotic hand, this model, and it was designed to work with humanoid robots at 48 volts. And these batteries that we had, you saw in the video, you saw where we had two batteries kind of in series together. Those were 2 22.5 volt batteries that put in series to get us up to, around the 48 volt range. But that was not going to fit in this package. So we have this 22.5 volt battery that's a FPV drone battery, and then we put the boost converter in here, and that allowed us to get all of the things that we needed into one package. Ideally, we would have been able to make all of this smaller, but again, very short timeline that we had, so we used off-the-shelf components. These are just boost converters that you can find, you know, pretty much any electronics store, Amazon, wherever. Yeah, so there's a bit of an amalgamation of wires and everything to make all that connect and happen.
And like any of these builds, it's really a working prototype. We don't ever have enough capacity or need for more than 2. So unless Netflix comes back and wants to do something else, this is as tightly figured out as it will stay, because it achieved what it was meant to.
Just hit cut.
Okay. So I'm going to leave this video looping. I do want to answer questions about this stuff because I'm sure there are some.
Does the prototype that you have here walk? Can you do the movement?
This one does not. So the first hand we made 3 years ago walks, but they're totally different machines. This one is a hand, and hands are not meant to walk. So the other one is actually over at our booth, and it's totally different. It's more like a hexapod robot that happens to look like a hand on the outside.
Please raise your hand if you have a question. I'll bring you the mic.
Yeah, are you sending like PWM signals or like full commands that embed like what motor goes where and that kind of thing, or how's that done?
It is my understanding, so what we're sending is RS-485 commands, and I'll see if I can show you here, just real time from the tablet. So you can see, well, as soon as the glove comes on, you can see the data change here. And these are just RS-485 commands that are coming out of the Manus API. No, it's here. Yeah.
So that line down, yeah, it's not refreshing on the...
Oh, the refresh rate of the camera is just not seeing the data change. But it's actively sending, oh, maybe you can see it. So kind of down here. Oh, you put it back. But then on the hand itself, here, can you go back to the hand? So my understanding is that it's RS-485 in, and then there's some sort of CAN bus configuration in here that's actually talking directly to the motors.
And really, the glove collects way more information than we can perform. There's only 6 motors in the hand, so 6 degrees of freedom, and the glove is measuring position data of each fingertip in reference to the back of the hand. So it's really just, if I'm moving one axis, it gets us that full range of motion on whatever motor matches that. But if you think about 35 muscles control your hand, and most of them are in your arm, so we're trying to hide a lot of mechanical work inside the wrist.
Any other questions? Raise your hand. I'll bring you the mic.
It seems like there's a quarter to a half second delay when you're moving your hand, coupled with reaction time. How difficult did that make it to interact with people?
It's definitely faster in other settings. We have so much interference at Maker Faire because everyone's operating on the same frequencies. If you see in the videos, it's usually a 1-to-1. Even when I started it up here, it was pretty speedy. But that's something, again, that like we were building quickly. We would change it in the future if we had the opportunity to. The delay is maybe 50 milliseconds when we're operating like in the right circumstances. You can see in the video how fast that is.
Any other questions? Yep.
I had a question about the sensors on the glove. Did you guys make those from scratch? How many of the, like, what sort of off-the-shelf components are there, or? What's the technology in the glove?
Yeah, so Manus is kind of the reason that this project happened at all. They contacted me after our first hand to see if we could come up with an interesting use for their glove. And because we were doing a character that is a hand, it seems like a pretty easy translation. So we did not make the glove, but we modified it to be used for this application. And it works with a static EMF field around the back of the hand. So most motion capture gloves use flex sensors. This one is a magnetic field that measures the position of each fingertip. And then from there, it's mapping where those fingers should be. You can see the digital display. This is the input live to the tablet. That's one-to-one, super fast. But that's way more data than we can perform on this robot.
Any other questions? Is that a question over there?
Why are some of the hands big and skinny, and then the other ones are tiny?
This hand is big because we had to fit the robot in it. And in the show, the actor who plays Thing is much smaller. But even compared to our first one, this is half the size. So maybe with the next one, we can get him down to life size.
I have a question. On the controller glove, is there a reason why the pointer and the thumb are white and the rest of it is black, or is it just to look cool?
Just a tech design feature for the textile.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any last questions? All right, well, let's give a round of applause for Jesse then, please.
Is this still working?
There's still seats available next to Dale if you want a really VIP experience. I see people walking past. You look curious about tinkering, maybe even specifically some Nordic tinkering. I suggest you come check it out. Grab a seat. All right, I think it's time. Please welcome Niels Peter Julin and Lasse Rammer to the stage. They're going to be talking about new Nordic tinkering, tinkering in formal education. Niels Peter is Chief Consultant of Further Education at Copenhagen University and works with business development, educational development, organizational change, and the links between research, development, and practice. Lasse is an educator and researcher specializing in educational technology and future classroom practices. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Okay, hello, everybody. Nice to see all of you. All the way from Copenhagen, Denmark. We are really proud that we can be here, and we are looking forward to tell you about what we have done with what we call New Nordic Tinkering. So we'll end up with questions. If you have any during the speech, please, yeah, we can have them at last. Well, first of all, I'm Lasse. Nice to see you. I work in Copenhagen at the Campus Carlsberg with professional development of teachers and in-service teacher training as well.
And I'm Niels Peter. I work as a senior consultant, chief consultant, where I do professional development of teachers in service and teacher training. And we are part of the founders of the New Nordic Tinkering Group.
The place that we do our research and our teacher training is the Future Classroom Lab, which is situated at our campus, where we do all sorts of different workshops regarding maker and tinkering. And what we have done and why we are here is that we have tried to take all the good energy that you feel when you walk around a maker fair like this and see, okay, how can we take that and see, okay, how does this fit into everyday school and in what we call normal formal education? So we are working with schools that have the same curriculum that everybody else does and are working just and wanted to do things differently. In the Future Classroom Lab, you see we have a lot of different kinds of equipment, and our role is that we are funded by our government to actually do what we call impartial guidance in different kinds of technology for schools and municipalities. So if you, for instance, is a school or a municipality who wants to do something with Maker, you can come for free to us and we'll guide you in what kinds of technologies you want to buy and how you want to do it, and especially how we can have the teachers to actually do practices with tinkering and Maker machines as well. So this is where we are at.
So maybe to give you a bit of context on Danish schools. Danish schools are not a curriculum-based school, but a competency-based school. So it stems from sort of the idea of building or character building of children. So one thing is that when you go to school, you need to learn something, but you also need to become sort of a critical, democratic citizen, right? So that is sort of one of the things that is maybe a bit special about the Danish school compared to many other schools around the world. What we see in schools in Denmark is that even though we are a competency-based school and a school that sort of focuses a lot on the character building of children, we still do see a lot of instructional teaching and a lot of doing worksheets, a lot of sort of the same thing that you would see in many other places. Children doing the same things at the same time, even though there are 28 children and probably 28 different ways to learn, right? So what we've tried to do with the New Nordic Tinkering is taking some of the, like Lasse said, some of the ideas that are around here at the Maker Faire and the Maker movement and in the tinkering movement, sort of situated in the informal learning sort of environment, right? Where people do something because they feel it's fun, because they have a desire to learn something, or just because they think, so how does this thing work? How do I get that to do something else? Or how do I make it even better? Or how do I break it apart? Or how do I make it not work, right? So what we tried to do is say, okay, maybe that could actually inform the way we do formal learning, so we could build more agency for children, so we could actually have children ask their own questions and drive their own learning more than what we see in school today. So in a way, you could say what we think when we say new Nordic tinkering is actually tinkering is how we learn. In the same, you could say that play is how children learn about the world in the first formal years of their lives. We would say, well, if we keep that going, we could say playful approaches and tinkering is actually also a way to learn, right? So to do that, we've sort of said, well, let's build on 5 core principles on tinkering in formal education. So we say, instead of teacher-driven processes, we think student-driven processes should be at the center of it. It's a process, not a product. What we see in Danish schools is often that we have sort of a product-oriented approach where we want the children to get to some product so they can show that product, right? Where we say, well, it's a good thing to have a product because we also know that children are often proud when they've made a product that they're proud of, they can show to someone. But it's really not the product that is sort of the end goal of the learning. The process is the important thing here, right? So process over product. And then we would say iterative approaches are important. Often we will see that when you want to learn something, you as a teacher instruct, so what's the next thing? What should we learn today? And then you can try it out, right? So we say, well, maybe you could try it out 20 times or more times, or you could ask questions, and the first time you try it, a question arises, so you want to do something differently, right? So the iterative approach is important here. And then we look at a principle that we call materialities as co-creators, sort of by acknowledging the importance of the materials that we work with. So, but you could say learning with your hands, right? And so instead of sort of just using your head and talking about it, you actually use different kinds of materials, like we also see here at the Maker Faire. There are so many different kinds of materials that you can actually use in your learning process to get a grip on a concept or like math or language or whatever. And then we say the 5th core principle that's important is that learning does not happen just by yourself. It happens in communities. And when we say new Nordic tinkering, we say, well, new Nordic tinkering in formal education, it's important that the students and the children are part of a learning community.
And how does that actually look like? If I'm a student in school, how do I work? How do I learn? And as you saw on the 5 core principles before, it's actually what every maker does every day. Is that it's the maker that actually drives the process. It has to come from inside. And if we think as children as making or makers and tinkerers, then it has to come from them. So an example could be that I am in English class. We are doing something about fairy tales. This is, the task is, how does Little Red Riding Hood go through the forest in 2050? Does the companion maybe a robot? How does that look like? What kind of robot could that be? And then for us, when we do tinkering, is okay, first it's very, very essential that the kids themselves figure out, okay, if I should have a companion today, what would that be? So close your eyes, think of a companion you know, somebody that you say, okay, I would really love to have this as a companion, and build on that. So the whole experience stuff is really interesting as well. So on the top left corner, you would then start to build a prototype. And when we are dealing with kids, it could be prototypes in Legos. So just do a quick prototype of the companion that you want, maybe 5 minutes. And then what we have figured out is that in the reflection of how you build that companion with, for instance, Legos doesn't really look like the companion that I figured out, so I need to take choices. And in doing these choices, we actually push and boost the agency from the kid itself. So why did you take these choices? Why did you choose that bricks compared to the other bricks? And in these reflections, this is actually where the kid would, during some time, learn something. So after that, we put them in a phase where they, as a group, share their thoughts, their reflections. Okay, why did we build this prototype of a companion? And why is that a good companion in the fairy tale setting that we're actually working in? So the class itself becomes a community, and the idea is that every single group share their thoughts of their companions and why they have done what they have done. And then we slowly build a lot of knowledge inside the classroom itself. The next part is that we do what we call disturb, because normally when you're a kid or as an adult as we are, we tend to go with the easy parts first. So if I was to do something, I would probably choose what's easiest for me, and we see it as teachers all the time. So maybe if you are not allowed to make this one, we could maybe introduce different kinds of materials that is not maybe suited for building a companion. So if I was to do my next prototype in cardboard, how does that look like? And again, if I was to go from the Lego bricks to the cardboard as a new prototype, what kind of reflections do I do? What actually happens inside my head? Why do I choose what I do? And why is that important for my companion through the forest to the grandmother in Little Red Riding Hood? What actually happens? What if it rains? What would happen with the cardboard model compared to the plastic ones, and so on? And all these reflections would probably be more interesting for the kids, and maybe that will help them in actually learning about fairy tales. And then you can go back, build new prototypes, share and think with the rest of the community, and that's the iterative learning way. And again, by building on the kids' memories and their reflections and everything, we've seen that it actually empowers them to do in all other directions. And that's why we've tried to develop this kind of model for them.
So we made this one that might seem a bit odd. Is making and tinkering not the same, or are they different? So what we think is that there are a lot of similarities between making or maker movement and tinkering, but maybe you could say that there are something different about them as well. Whereas making would often sort of entail that you start with something that becomes a product, right? Or you have some tangible object that you're sort of doing something with. Where we would say when we talk about, especially when we talk about formal education, when we talk about tinkering, it is the focus on the process and not on the product, right? And I would say probably a lot of maker people would say, well, that's what I feel it's like with making. It's the process for me, it's not necessarily the product, right? We've tried in school to also introduce design thinking and design processes. And we think that one of sort of, even though that it makes a lot of sense, one of the sort of the difficulties with design processes is that often it comes from product design, right? So in the end, you would sort of converge everything into a product that's viable and usable. Whereas when we talk about tinkering and learning, we would say, well, maybe we should actually diverge in the end instead of converge, right? So you could say, to make sure that we have sort of the tinkering and the makering and that sort of spirit, as you could say, like maker in the stomach, tinkering by heart. We would say that this approach and sort of the combination of maker movement and maker thinking and tinkering would give children agency, the ability to hack technologies and empower them to take control of their lives with technology. Yeah. So.
And to add to that, I think that there's big discussions at the moment in the Danish school systems and probably also here about how children are using technology and what kind of technology they use all the time. And for us, we think that the agency part is actually what is fueling the whole process here. And that's really one of our main goals, is to build up agency for kids. And that is actually what we see in the maker movement in Denmark also, is that there is a lot of people there that have agency. They know that they can hack the technology. They know how to actually use the technology in ways that suits them. And we think that is so important in school as well, is that when we do lecturing and so on with technology, it's important for the children actually to know how to hack it, so it actually becomes their way of using it. Okay, we like to just introduce to you two big programs that we have done at the moment. We are working with CFU Maker.dk, and for those of you who think that Danish is quite easy, you should go there and see. It's a large bank of resources, so teachers can by themselves and quite easily get inspiration and do training in all different kinds of maker technologies and so on. For instance, you have bought a 3D printer and would like to say, okay, how do I start? We have great resources there for how do I start 3D printing, but if I want to do them in English classes as well, what is good ideas and how could I build with that? And just to a bit of perspective, in Denmark we have just around 500,000 students all in all. We are a quite small country. But because there has been invested heavily in makerspaces in school, now it's almost 1 out of 3 kids that actually have access to a makerspace during their daily school basis. So it's important for them to actually have other kinds of classrooms that they are used to. So for them actually to have access to maker technologies is really, really important. And for that, we've been, there are quite some big foundations in Denmark as well that's been invested in it. And one of the biggest one is the Velux Foundation that makes the furnitures. And Niels Peter, you will tell them a bit about Play It Hard.
Yeah, so one other big program we've done in Denmark is called the Play It Hard program, which is playful approaches to technology comprehension or to tech literacy, where we did full-scale implementation of sort of playful approaches to technology in 12 schools across Denmark. So what we tried to do there was actually work with the teachers and the school managers about it. What does it actually mean when we say that we want to make school playful? What does it mean for the classroom? What does it mean for the way you teach? What does it mean for the way you run your school? What kind of freedom do you need to give to your teachers to actually be able to go out on a limb and experiment with different approaches, experiment with something else than they're used to? So we did this project for 3 years, and what we saw from sort of playing around with how do we actually do teaching, how do we do instruction, how do we set the mood for something else? What if you, instead of starting your lecture or your class with telling the children, well, today we're going to do this, 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 and this, and then you're going to go through this, and that's what we're going to do today. You start by telling a story. Or you start by putting a box in the middle of the classroom and saying, well, it's interesting. I got this box this morning, and I don't really know what's in it. Maybe we could actually open it together and see what's in it. And then maybe, let's say you put like 20 small robots inside the box. you could actually see children unpacking the box and being curious and thinking, oh, it's for us. Did they send that for us? Yeah, it was some mail about a robot company that needed help, and they've heard that you guys are brilliant at this stuff, right? So instead of setting it up that, well, today we're going to learn how to program a robot, so are you ready to, you know. So that's sort of just an example, just to give you a bit of an example of how do we actually want to change the role of the teacher here. So what's interesting about that, what we found in that project was that actually not only did children have more fun, which was, to me, quite obvious, they would probably have more fun. But we also saw a rise in student well-being in the 12 schools that we were working with, and also a rise in teacher well-being. So actually teachers telling us in evaluations that, well, during this project, I actually rediscovered why I became a teacher. My sort of idea of becoming a teacher and doing something for children, I could actually rediscover that through this. And I think that is sort of, to me, that is what makes me smile when I go home, right? That teachers would say, well, I rediscovered why I became a teacher, or why I wanted to teach children, right? So that was just a bit of some of the projects that we've done, and let's connect. Mange tak. So, any questions?
If you have a question, raise your hand. I'll bring you the microphone.
You guys are amazing. I knew I was going to be excited to hear what you had to say today because I looked up, doing my advanced planning for the fair. I'm 100% that. Like, that's what my goal is, to offer that to my students. I do. I'm a makerspace teacher. This is a reminder. But the question I have, and this is really the problem and the challenge I have, is that reflection stage. They don't like that as much, they were like, I got it, I'm ready to do the next design. So I was wondering if you have fun, playful ways to reflect, besides just a journal. That's good too. And some do like that, especially if I get colors and things out. But we run out of time. I'm like, darn, again, we ended and we didn't reflect enough.
We see that all the time as well. I think that maybe one of the interesting part is that it takes time for us as teachers to do it differently, but it also takes a lot of time for the kids actually to get used to actually reflecting and to be part of a student-centered education, because it's not what they are used to. They are used to us as teachers to standing in front of them and telling what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. So I think that probably your ways is better than ours, or we can inspire each other, but just to do it over and over again and train the kids in actually the agency that we want them to actually get is also for us to actually value that and say, okay, we need it because it's better for our learning. We don't really learn if we don't reflect, and it's quite easy. But we have, for too many years, just being throwing knowledge in the heads of the kids without having them to reflect on it.
Then, if you let go of the outcome and that finished product, then that means you can stop earlier and be okay with it not being done and not ever being perfect, probably.
But also, we tend to go and say, okay, when we have, like Parents' Day, we tend to show them all the products and not all the processes, not all the failures that we've done. And I think that's really also a part where you quite easily could change what you do and to have the focus on the process and the reflections instead of just the end products.
Yeah, maybe I could just add, I think also to do reflection earlier in the process. Instead of just reflecting at the end, actually start reflecting with the children on what are we going to do now. And then, as Lasse said, everybody should have like a huge wall of failures that you could actually reflect upon, right? So instead of showing the finished products, even though I agree and I know that children are proud when they get a good product, but what if they could be proud of all their failures as well, right?
Yeah, I have a question about
You said earlier that you're supported by the Danish government, materially or even beyond that in terms of governance. You probably started with a nucleus, but what is your impact today after so many years working on tinkering? And did you create some emulation in the neighboring cities or neighboring countries in Scandinavia?
That's a good question. So the idea of tinkering in Danish schools has not been sort of rooted there for many years. So the idea of tinkering in school is actually still pretty new. But we could say we've been working with playful approaches in schools for now, 5, 6, 7 years. And we actually see more and more schools saying, well, we would actually like to do this as our sort of basic pedagogical approach. So, and also that when we go into schools, maybe 1 or 2 schools in a municipality that has maybe 15, 20 schools, then you see actually, as one of the school leaders said to me, that this is the first time I've seen something that actually has set footsteps or sort of made its mark on our school that has changed the way we think. And the leaders in the municipalities, when they hear school leaders say that, and also see the change in that school, they get inspired and say, well, maybe we should do this in all our schools, because we can actually see children over here being happier than they were half a year ago, right? And it hasn't really affected their grades negatively. Because I think that's always the worry when we try something new or we want to do something else. So how are you sure that that will not affect their grades negatively, right? That's the question we often get. So how do you know that playful approaches will work? Then you can say, well, we doesn't really know, but let's try it out, because it's not really working well right now. We have more and more students that are not thriving, that are not happy, right? So I think little by little, but it's a long process, man.
We've got time for one more quick question, if we can have a quick answer.
Probably not.
Hi, I have a question about those kids who are very structured and unmotivated. How do they comprehend this new methodology? How do you see are they changing? Does it work?
I think that especially the project that Nils Peter mentioned about the play at heart, what we saw that every children actually said that they liked the school day better with the playful approaches than without them. And I think that, of course, tinkering and making is maybe not for everything and for everybody at all the time, but sometimes. And sometimes structured teaching is also good for something. So it's just, I think it's the mix we need and not too much of just one thing.
That was awesome. Thank you, Niels and Lasse. That was really, really insightful. I know there were still some other questions. Will you be available at the back table afterwards? Awesome. So if you meet them at the back table, they'll be able to answer your other pedagogical inquiries. Thanks. I'll hold up this thing that says 5 minutes because really you've got 20 minutes just for you, and then time for Q&A and stuff
Beautiful.
if you want. And then I'll do another one at 1 minute, and then we have a couple minutes to change over to the next person.
Sick.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Sure.
Good question. I'll just stick these bad boys down here. You got the, yeah. Ah! Why am I doing this? I'm just going to pull them out in whatever order the show is, which I don't remember. So there we go. That's close enough. Yeah.
All right, please welcome to the stage Alex Glow. It's a pretty packed audience out there, so if you... There's still some spaces up front if you guys want to squeeze down here. Alex Glow creates robots, PCBs, wearable and brain tech, sustainable and ethical electronics, music, languages, and cyber arcane aesthetics. She's a professional open source hardware enthusiast and the first pro partner at Hackster.io, where she's created content for over 10 years. Her favorite projects are a laser-etched song that orbited the Earth, a Ouija-inspired PCB for programming ESP8266 chips, I have one and have worn it as an earring, and her companion robots, Archimedes, Fenrir, and others. Under the project Green EE, Alex catalogs resources for building a more sustainable world with technology. Hack on. Please welcome Alex to the stage.
Thank you, David. Cheers. So I caught a little bit of the previous presentation, and what they were talking about with tinkering being great for children is A, spot on, and also, oh, hey, what's up? Okay, I got to stop doing that because I know all of you. Anyway, because not only does it teach people to make stuff when they're kids, but also it teaches them the spirit of collaboration, which is a huge thing in this community. I was storing my backpack and charging my robots and fixing stuff with my hot glue gun at the robot pavilion over there. I got this earring from Carrie of Alpenglow, which is so cool. If you see these, you should go check out their booth. David is an amazing person. We collaborate on a show. And like, there's just so much collaboration and coolness. So Maker community is the best. Tinkering is just like an amazing hobby for anyone on an interpersonal level as well as technological. So shout out for that. Hello. I gotta stop breathing into this thing, but I'm Alex Glow, as David mentioned, and yeah, welcome to Maker Faire. Thank you for doing all the things as well. Crew. Okay, so these are the kinds of things that I'm into. The screeching is in there because I find comedy screeching hilarious, it turns out. So if you have any good screeching clips, send them to me. But Archimedes is my companion robot here. I've turned off his servos because they're very loud. Spinning up is the piece of music that orbited the Earth on a satellite, and then burned up on re-entry, which is so metal, and I love it. Hackster Cafe is every other week I do an interview for Hackster.io with someone who's doing really cool stuff with electronics. And Space Song Sunday, occasionally I go on Instagram Live, sing songs about space, originals, covers, and adaptations. And also I do this show with David where, there you are, where we get to, we've each spent like over a decade in the hardware space doing a lot of like intros and getting started tutorials, but we rarely get to actually like dig into stuff before we have to do the next thing. So this is our show where we go on for like 3 hours and like actually build something, which I love. Oh, yeah, and QR codes, useful. So this is a talk where I'm going to be showing you a bunch of weird stuff that I've built in order to make my brain work, including prototypes and like finished PCBs and stuff. So going from like these bantam mill produced devices with like hand soldered stuff. These are also hand soldered to like a finished PCB made by Osh Park. Do we have focus? Let's see. Aha. Can I focus? Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Are you doing that? Or is it focusing itself? Oh, nice. Anyway, so lots of that type of stuff. None of this is something that you should replicate on your own without actually reading up about it. Maybe some of the timer stuff, but then there's stuff around like shining blue light across your eyeballs at frequencies that you should be very careful with in order to not screw up your eyes. So yeah. And then at the end, there's a few that could be weird that are useful to know are out in the world. I'm also going to be out back there if you want to look at these things close up. Mind-altering gadgets or nootropic devices are things that I've built in order to make my brain work better. Turns out when you're undiagnosed with whatever until you're like 36, you end up being like, I need to make any strategy that will make my brain work with me instead of against me. And that is the big old why. So I've made like maybe tons of different versions of each one of these. And why should you not build these? Because the danger is that you get obsessed with building the item. So I'm like, I have a big project. I should make a timer that will like do a Pomodoro timer so that like I will actually stay on task for 20 minutes and then do a 5-minute break and then stay on task for 20 minutes and do a 5-minute break. And I'm like, this will be great. It will make me excited to work on the thing. No, you spend all your time building the thing and none of your time actually doing the task. And it's very counterproductive. The one exception here is the habit breaker device, which I was built in order to gamify not doing something. So I got points whenever I did, like, resisted the urge to do the habit. And that was great because it distracted me from doing the habit, and then I broke my addiction to this little, like, clicker game. So that's the one exception to not building these. Anyway, let's build them. So my favorite of these that I use as a test device for, or a test sketch for new devices, there's this ancient Chinese unit of measurement of time called the ke, which is 100th of a day, and it works out to about 14.4 minutes. It turns out that this is a really useful unit of time for various things. You can say, I will be there in 1 or 2 ke, like we used to at the All Hands Active Hackerspace in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And it's also great for, I built a number of little mindfulness timers, which I'm fascinated by lucid dreaming. I'm also interested in mindfulness. They both kind of work together. And when you have a little vibrating thing on your body that is just giving you a little reminder every 14.4 minutes to like think about what you're doing and if it's what you want to be doing with your time, not necessarily holding yourself to a schedule, because that does not work for me, but if I just take a second to reorient and be like, what was I doing again? What was my like larger arc that I was attempting to complete here before I got on all of these side quests? Every 15 minutes or so, perfect amount of time to do that. Also helps you just like get in touch with the rhythm of your day. Then there's, so hypnagogia is, I should actually show you one of the ke timers. This little guy, go back. No, not that far back. This is a horrible little thing that I built that I did later make an enclosure for. This is a tiny lily. This is the tiniest little Arduino I've ever found, and it works great for building wearables. It has a little programming thing that comes off of it. This is literally smaller than my thumbnail here, and it just has a little haptic motor on it and a switch and a CR2032 coin cell battery. I made this in like maybe 2011 or something, and it's still going. Like, I turn it on and it still vibrates for a moment, which you can't see, but anyway. You can build little enclosures for those bad boys, and did this on an M5 stack, rotary dial, which is super cool. Okay, so hypnagogia, there's this, I'm not sure if this is apocryphal or if it's true, but apparently Salvador Dali and maybe like Mozart or maybe like Edgar Allan Poe or like other writers, various people have been reported to use this technique of brainstorming and inducing creativity, where you sit in a chair and you hold like a marble or a metal ball or a spoon in your hand and just let yourself sort of doze off. And after you, like, as you fall asleep, your grip loosens and you drop the spoon or whatever it is onto a plate that's on the ground. It makes a loud noise and it wakes you up, and then you like do it again, because it turns out that this sort of falling asleep / waking up time, where it's sort of in this liminal mental state of consciousness, is really, really fruitful for having ideas and problem solving. So if you've got a creative problem you're trying to solve, or just to get inspiration for something, these little like 10-minute-ish, like almost naps where you're nearly falling asleep and then waking up again, and just doing that in a loop. Sounds kind of unpleasant. It kind of is, but I made a device to do that. It's very simple. You can just choose whatever interval you want. In this case, I embedded it in an Amazon Dash button using a light blue beam controller from Punch Through Design, and just like You push the button, it starts the timer. After X amount of time, it vibrates and wakes you up, and then you repeat. But I've done this on a bunch of different types of devices. This is one that I'll show you later more of, but it's called the Pomander, and it was my attempt to build like an all-in-one sort of personal brain device to host a bunch of these devices. And one of the things it does is it has this haptic timer or vibrating motor on it for the sort of same kind of purpose. This doesn't work yet, but we'll get there. The glow up is the main one that I have like that medical warning about. This is based on the concept of using blue light to adjust your sleep cycles, your circadian rhythms. You can, in theory, use it to, like in place of caffeine, but where it's really marketed in actual products, I like went and stole their science stuff and read their open study documents about using these very specific frequencies of blue light to adjust your circadian rhythms. And the way that it works is, so like a SAD lamp, a seasonal affective disorder lamp, blasts you with full spectrum rays so that it like makes you feel like the sun is there and your brain is like, oh, it's time to be awake, it's time to be like feel healthy and feel happy. Basically, instead of doing like a large and bright array of lights, like a couple of feet away, you just pick the very specific set of frequencies that you need for that and put them right up on your face. And there's a number of like products for this called Retimer or AO that I've tried out. But because people are so afraid of blue light, the whole point of which, like, you're not supposed to look at blue light in the evening because it'll keep you awake. Same concept. But you have to use very specific frequencies because if you go into the UV range, you end up like frying your eyeballs, which is not the goal. And so but since these companies are so new and they want people to buy their products, they like have this little like science area where they share the studies that they have to convince you that if you buy your product, you're not going to fry your eyeballs. And anyway, so I use this ideally as a replacement for caffeine, but again, it's another one of those that ends up being kind of unpleasant to use. But this is, I think, the first prototype. Actually, the first prototype went sort of under my eyes. But the goal is that you use these specific frequency bands, you shine them across the eyeball, not into the eyeball, which is a big point I have at the end of the tutorial, and then it'll supposedly help you stay awake. This is my favorite one. You gotta do like cute little copper detailing. This is just for fun. It doesn't like do touch or anything. It's just pretty. All right. Oop. It also looks like kind of cool as like a makeup replacement. So I gave a couple of people these. I had like 3 of them. I think they would work as just like a necklace or something too. So lucid dreaming, I got suckered into the very convincing pitch of the mushroom person in the warehouse over there who sold me some like butterfly pea flower like colored tea, mushroom tea that's supposed to help with lucid dreaming. I'm fascinated by this concept where you're like awake in your dreams and you can either like do stuff that's really fun. I often end up like singing just in really satisfying ways. I think because I sing at home, but I keep it down because of the neighbors. But I can just like let loose in dreams, or like flying, or like any other like desires you have, or whatever. Or you can like practice stuff in your dreams. Anyway, so there's various ways of doing this. One of those ways to induce lucidity is to wear a lucidity mask. Basically, it has little LEDs over your eyes, and then you put it on a timer. Or if you want to get more sophisticated, you could use an EEG brainwave feedback device, or you can use your pulse rate, or you can use infrared lights to detect REM sleep, because that is rapid eye movement sleep, so you can actually do like movement detection to detect the REM. Anyway, you can get as smart or stupid with it as you want. The stupidest way is just to put a timer on a couple of LEDs and strap it to your face. The problem for me is that I always end up like ripping this off my face in the middle of the night and waking up with it next to me. So my next goal is to like make a lamp version that will be on the wall next to my bed, and I won't be able to like turn it off in the middle of the night. Because the goal is basically you let yourself sleep for a few sleep cycles, and towards the morning your cycles get longer, and you spend more time in REM sleep, and also it's a better time to induce lucidity. So you let yourself sleep for a while, then you sort of like wake yourself up with just a little bit of a jolt to get you back into, again, a sort of liminal state between waking and dreaming. Do I have one of those here? I don't think I brought one. Pomodoro. So this, you may know the Pomodoro technique, named after a tomato-shaped kitchen timer that someone used to basically give themselves like 20 minutes of work and then like 5 to 10 minutes of rest. And they just do these cycles until they got their tasks done. And I love programming these with little devices. And of course, I end up like spending a bunch of time programming the thing and not actually doing the task. And this is no exception. So this is a badge from Chaos Communication Camp in 2019, I think it was. And this is so there's the regular programming thing, and here's like a sped up one that I did, where basically it lights up these LEDs to time your first 20 minutes of activity, and then you get like a rainbow once you've done a whole cycle. I think it's like blue for regular, which matches this little like rocket over here, and then we're in the second phase, this guy lights up, and then you have 5 more minutes in the green phase, and then we go rainbow, and it's your rest time. I, however, have a really hard time doing what I'm supposed to do, even when a cool little gadget is telling me to do it, so it has not really worked for me. But it's fun to look at. Did I put the, yeah, here we go. And then this is, I did not design this PCB. This was created by Kitty Young. It's her Kitty Flowers brooch, which these are actually Bluetooth paired. You can get 2 of them and they talk to each other. They're designed originally for like a mother and child, but they've got these RGB LEDs around the edge, as well as a capacitive touch thing in the middle, and then and a little vibrating thing. So I use it as a meditation timer for, I think it's 4-7-8 breathing. Yeah, here we go. So there are different breathing patterns for different types of meditation you can do. One of them is 4-7-8, like you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold it for 7 seconds, breathe out for 7 seconds, or 8 seconds, my bad. And then there's other options like box breathing, you just do 4 of each, etc. And yeah, so it's just a pretty little, I just like making pretty little things, and I think the productivity is the excuse, even though I never actually end up doing tasks. Finally, is this, oh, I've got a bunch to get through. Okay, let me just speed this up. I built a bunch of different stuff with brainwave communication, including this fashion set. So this was like a set of wings that I made that respond to your brainwaves using the Nekomimi brainwave-controlled cat ears product that I basically broke out into a pair of wings, as well as a set of horns for a fashion show in like 2013. I love working with brainwaves. You can actually train yourself to use these things to focus or relax, and it detects your alpha and beta waves. Come to talk to me about it in a minute. I am one of the people who can experience autonomous sensory meridian response, it's called, I think, where you hear certain sounds and then it relaxes you. This one backfired on me because I made a custom recording of raindrops hitting an umbrella that just makes my brain tingle and like relax in the most delicious sort of way. But I thought this would help me be more productive at work. I would like have caffeine, I'd have ASMR stuff going, and I'd have like energetic music on top, and it would be the perfect combo. What happened is I started like going into this blissed out state at work where I couldn't do anything, but I felt like I was in a warm blanket or whatever, and it was not optimal. So, you know, another one that may backfire for various reasons. Binaural beats are another thing where you like play different frequencies of sounds into each ear, and your brain reconstructs it as a really low frequency wave corresponding to your brainwave frequencies. So you typically produce like relaxation waves around like, you know, a few hertz. And then if you play a slightly different one, or if you're focusing, you produce like a few more hertz, like a higher frequency. And supposedly, if you get your brain to reconstruct these, your brain will match them, so you'll be more relaxed or be more alert. In my experience, it just gave me a headache, so your mileage may vary. But you can I made a little pure data patch to generate these. Companion bots. I think companion bots are wonderful for many, many mental reasons. One of which is that they help me talk to people. People who are interested in the stuff that I'm into will approach me and talk to me about the thing that I'm into. It's awesome. But I'm also working on some like therapy bots, including this super furry one called Roko that's a raccoon. And then I've made this purr module that lets you make any robot purr and stuff. I'd love to talk to you about those is inspired by Paro, the therapy seal. And then the habit breaker I told you about already. I programmed this thing that basically let me give myself a point every time I don't do something, because it's the opposite of like regular habits where you're trying to like motivate yourself by giving yourself points, but nobody gets points for not doing something. That's just not how the world works. We need something that lets us do this. But then it turned out that just building the thing got me distracted enough to break the habit, which was rad. Oh yeah, so none of this is medical advice, especially the blue lights in your eyes thing. Please don't do it unless you do the science. And please join me online. Here's all the things. I think I went into the question time, unfortunately, but do we have time for a question or two?
We absolutely have time. You're
Yes.
exactly perfectly on time. You're great. So if you have a question, raise your hand. I'll bring the microphone over to you.
Sorry I had to kind of rush through that, but I got a lot to talk about. Also, meet me back there. I'll have all these things as well.
Nice quick one. Are you selling any of these things?
So, oh, no, I'm real bad about that. I should someday. Yeah, that would be cool, especially the like non-medical ones, the just timers and stuff. This guy, the Pomander, I'd love to show you. But it's open source anyway. Most of these things I have as open source designs on hackster.io, as you see here, and I've got them cataloged under mind-altering gadgets on GitHub and on Hackster. If you check out, I'm not sure where exactly that QR codes, but it'll get you there. It's either my GitHub with the mutagen page, or it's like, anyway.
What are you working on next?
Oh, I think I'd really like to get the Pomander working because my friend Chipperdoodles makes this thing called the Anwar, which when I saw that, I was like, hey, it's the thing I want to make. Which I think I could make my thing as like a minimal add-on to his product, which is super cool. And basically it's a microcontroller base with some faceplates that you can swap around with different functions. And so I still think I want to make my own one from scratch just because it's like a personal thing. But I might do it as an Anwar faceplate.
Got time for just a couple more questions?
What's the most compelling, like brain training, like calming, maybe EEG-based device/application that you've come across?
I didn't quite catch all of that. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, the most compelling brain training device/application for, let's say, meditation or relaxation.
The most compelling brain training device for relaxation or meditation. I think that the therapy bot is going to be one of the most compelling ones because of the tactile element to it for relaxation, not necessarily meditation, but like the fact that it has fur and like can purr. Like there's something just so viscerally calming about that to me that like a simple like lights display or whatever can't quite reach.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like a meditation adjunct, like EEG measuring, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I do have a. I've got this EEG Muse S, which is the specifically designed Muse EEG headband designed for sleep. My issue with these is that you can't like hook them up to hardware easily. Like you can read the data pretty easily, and they have this app called Mind Monitor that allows you to export the raw data. But I'm much more of a hardware type person than I am a software type person, and so getting all the like OSC data into whatever is kind of a pain for me. I like their app, and with my friend Mohib, we've actually done some data sonification, which I think is a good way to go with that. Like music, like encoding data into music or sounds, I think is a very great, excellent way to like make data intuitive and help you respond to it. Also, we've done it with lights, but I think that might be a good way to do it. There's also this thing, the Neosensory Buzz. I forgot to show people. This is like the binaural headset I used to record. It looks kind of nasty, sorry. It goes in my ears. And then this is the Neosensory Buzz, which converts data into vibrations. And you can also put timers in it. So this is an Adafruit Bluefruit that you can program with Arduino code to send messages to this wristband, which vibrates. It has like 4 different motors along here that you can program with different types of rhythms and stuff. I think that haptic, tactile, and audio stuff really sort of gets into the roots of my brain in ways that like other types of interfaces don't. So for me, those are the most fruitful.
If I could add, there's also the Backyard Brain Spiker bit, which is a microbit
Oh, yeah.
compatible EEG, ECG, and EKG reading device that could also be useful for integration into that kind of hardware, perhaps. One last question, real quick.
There's also the Pavlok, which shocks you, which I know that you just got one of those. I'd love to hear about your experience with that. There's also a bunch more stuff like making Pavlovian clickers to count your blessings and all this other stuff that you can do, but we can get into that some other time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alex.
Cheers.
And Piano. Sridhar is an entrepreneur, software engineer, maker, and tinkerer, and the creator of ProtoStacks and Dr. Watson Energy Monitoring Board. He's going to be talking about DIY capacitive touch piano, synthesizer / MIDI keyboard. Take it away, Sridhar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Maker Faire. Hope you're having fun. Yeah, my name is Sridhar Rajagopal. I'm a software engineer turned maker. I attended my first Maker Faire in 2012, and I've been hooked ever since. I love to make music apps, and this time I thought I would combine my love of music with hardware and make a capacitive touch piano. So to go back to where it all started, I am the creator of what is called as ProtoStacks, which is a modular, stackable, and extensible enclosure system for easily going from a jumble of wires prototype to something that is demonstrable and functional. So one thing that I like to do is to do different projects to show people how they can go to a functional and demonstrable prototype. So I like to do small projects and then write about them and post the code and everything on Hackster. And so I came across a capacitive touch sensing board from Adafruit for the MPR 121. And I decided that that was a pretty neat thing. So in their example, they allowed you to hook up different fruits and vegetables and make them playable. So once you touch something that conducts, then it detects the touch, and then you can allow it to do some stuff like play a sound. So I thought, hey, that would be great here. So instead of apples and oranges and bananas, let me use conductive copper foil. And then I cut it in the shape of a key, and I stuck it on the top of my enclosure, and then connected the wires to the shield. And so you can hear this. You can see the schematic here. It has an Arduino Uno, the MPR 121 shield, a piezo speaker to play the sounds, a couple of buttons to be able to shift the octaves up and down, and some conductive copper tape to simulate the piano interface. And the nice thing about it is this small compact interface gives you 3 octaves, so I can play. So just by pressing this button, it shifts it up an octave, and pressing this button shifts it down an octave. So I can play with one hand, and I can use the thumb of the other hand to either shift up an octave or shift down an octave. So essentially, this gives you a 3-octave keyboard for the size of a single octave. So the one way that I end all my write-ups and tutorials is I always ask the question, where do we go from here? How do we take it further, right? So I decided, hey, it would be really nice if I could combine all of the circuitry here into a single board and also add some features. So one thing that I wanted to do was, instead of having these small keys here, I wanted to make the keys a little bit more playable. And then instead of having the piezo speakers, I wanted to have a proper speaker, and that also meant incorporating an amplifier into the whole schematic. And then I wanted to have a more capable microcontroller that had USB support, and so you could have this instrument also functioning as like a MIDI controller. And I thought, hey, why not add a bunch of LEDs to give visual cues, so you can not only know which keys you're playing, but you can also maybe program it to give you cues about which keys you're supposed to play. So let me give you a quick demo. Can we switch to the... Oh, okay, got it, thanks. So to give you a little demo, I don't know if you can hear it.
Is it possible to get? Is there a mic maybe? Oh, okay. Maybe I can put this. Can you hear it now? Okay. You go ahead. And you get the idea. And so So in order to put everything together, so my goal was to make a single board that had all of these this functionality, right? But then it made sense to kind of prototype everything, make sure that everything worked together before putting it into a single board. So this is the prototype version that I've come up with. So you can see the keys in the middle. So one of the main things that I wanted to do differently was to make this instrument more playable by, say, a professional musician. So if you look at a conventional piano, the keys are pretty big, right? And then you take a look at this Casio VL Tone keyboard here that has these little button keys. And then you have my capacitive touch sensing instrument. And then, of course, you have the apples and bananas and oranges. And clearly, some of these are more playable than others, right, on a regular basis, if you want to have like fast performance and like a really good feel to it. So when I researched it, I found that there is something called as the Donison-Steinbuller standard. So they kind of measured the different keyboards and pianos and came up with some standards. So the standard conventional piano has an octave of that's 6.5 inches. So the width of the keys put together for an octave is 6.5 inches. Then you have the universal keyboards, which are the DS 6.0, which span 6 inches. Then you have the DS 5.5 inch, the 7/8 keyboard. So this one is slightly smaller than a full-size key. It's about 5.538 inches. That's an octave. And the nice thing about it is that while this is still quite playable, and it's a little bit more compact in size, and it's more suited for people with slightly smaller hands, like children or women. So that was one consideration. The other consideration was positioning the black keys. Now, if you look at, typically when you look at something like this, my first prototype, for example, I positioned the black keys in between two white keys, and that's typically not how it's done. The black keys are all the same width, but the keys are positioned together as a group of 5 and a group of 7. So in the first group of 5, you have 3 white keys and 2 black keys. The second group of 7, you have 4 white keys and 3 black keys. And the keys are positioned equidistant to those groupings. So that's the correct positioning of the keys. So if you give the keyboard to a professional player, if you don't do the proper positioning, it's going to feel a little awkward and strange to them. So I decided to go ahead with a DS 5.5 sized key, and I created my first board with this layout, and got it fabricated. I think this was at JLPCB. Got it back, and then I assembled the rest of my circuitry with a Raspberry Pi RP40, capacitive touch sensing ICs. I made 2 versions. I'll talk about that in a bit. And then with the speaker and amplifier and LEDs. So the first thing is about the capacitive touch sensing. I mentioned earlier that I used the MPR 121 hat from Adafruit. So I thought, okay, that would be a good chip to go with. But then, to my dismay, when I started my design, I found, so this chip was being made by NXP/Freescale.
And I found that suddenly they stopped making it. And so it was not recommended for new designs. And so here I was in a little bit of a pickle. And I found that there was a big search on the internet for an alternative, including Lady Ada from Adafruit, who did a video on her search for a possible replacement. So the CAP 1188 from Microchip is a potential replacement chip for capacitive touch sensing. But then later on, I found that this chip had been purchased by Resurgent Semiconductors, who are now making it again. So now it's available on the market. So big sigh of relief. But it's still good to know about other existing alternatives and see how they function. The MPR 121, I should say, has an extensive documentation on pad design and a lot of application notes on how to do your layout and things like that. So that's still my favorite. But if you want to compare the MPR 121 with the CAP 1188, the MPR 121 has 12 inputs and it can have 4 different I2C addresses. So you can chain 4 of these together to get a total of 48 inputs, whereas the CAP 1188 has 8 inputs, 5 different I2C addresses, so you can have 40 inputs. The CAP 1188 also supports SPI, and another interesting thing is the CAP 1188 has, in addition, 8 built-in LED drivers. So when you touch an input, it can also trigger an LED to light up, which is pretty cool. And it doesn't have to be connected to the touch. You can individually control it using a full on or off, variable rate blinking, dimness controls, and breathing. So that is a great feature. But then I decided to go ahead with my own solution for light, because I wanted to have RGB LEDs where I could not only control the lights, but also control the colors. So I could make it color-coded based on the music, based on the theme, etc. So the LEDs are important as a visual cue. So for example, you can show which note is being played, but you can also program it to as a teaching aid that lights up to show which note is supposed to be played in a particular given song. And I decided to go ahead with the popular WS2812B addressable RGB LEDs. And some things to bear in mind are the power supply. So you have to make sure that the power supply provides enough current for the full draw of all the LEDs that you are planning on your board. And then typically this works with a 5-volt logic. So if you're using a 3.3 volt microcontroller, many people just directly connect the microcontroller GPIO to the data in of the LEDs. And this works for the most part, but it's obviously not the ideal situation. And then some other people use MOSFETs like the BSS 138, which is typically used in a bidirectional level shifter circuit. This is a better solution. It works, but it is not fast enough if you want to do like extremely fast color changes and effects changes. So the best approach to do it is to use something like of a buffer gate like the SN74 AHT. And so this will allow you to interface safely with the LEDs and also be able to control them at the speed of your choice. So we come now to the brain of the whole project, and I chose the Pico, which is based on the Raspberry Pi's RP2040, and then I chose the Pico W, which also includes wireless, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. But it's interesting to note that you also have the Pico 2W. And the neat thing about it is, apart from it being more capable, faster processor, more memory, and then hardware, FPU for floating point operations if you're doing like a synthesizer. It also has Bluetooth 5.2. And the neat thing is it has an exact same footprint as the Pico W. So you can take out the Pico W, put in the Pico 2W, and suddenly you have the exact same board, but a lot more capability. Now, when I'm going to do the complete layout, there are certain considerations that I have to bear in mind. First thing that I've already come across is for the the capacitive touch sensing layout. You have to make sure that the touch pads are clear and there isn't any other components that are placed nearby that might cause interference. So ideally, you would like to have no ground plane underneath, or if you have a ground plane, use a crosshatched ground plane in the layer below. And also place the capacitive touch sensing IC near the pads, so you keep the analog lines short, and the digital lines can be longer to go to your microcontroller. And then go ahead and follow the placement of passives as per the data sheet, for the capacitors and the resistors, for the decoupling capacitors, for the LEDs, and for the filter circuits. And try not to place any components with the pads, the touch-sensitive pads, as I already mentioned. And then with the LEDs, it's interesting, right? So here I have placed the LEDs on the top of the board, so it kind of mars the flat touch surface. So instead, you can use what are called as rear-mounted LEDs. So these will go on the back side of the board, but the LED itself is facing upwards. So what you'll do is you'll cut a hole into the PCB at those points to allow the light to come through. And so this is what it will look like. The top surface will be completely flat, touch surface, and all the components are now placed behind on the back side of the board. So the tools that I used are Inkscape in creating the keyboard layouts and the different board layouts, etc. And then for the schematic and the board layout, I used KiCad, which is a great tool. It's extremely easy to use, a lot of great functionality. One drawback is it doesn't do automatic routing, but there is a plugin that helps you with routing. So if you don't have any super complex routing, it's perfectly fine. So I'd already gone down the rabbit hole of making the second version a lot more complex than the first, but I've not stopped there. So here it's clearly the question of adding more features, not taking out anything. One thing that I wanted to do was add more keys. So instead of making it 1 octave long or 13 keys in the new prototype, I'm adding 27 keys because I want to have a half octave above and a half octave below. And this layout makes it extremely playable, so you can play 90% of the songs without having to switch octaves. And using the button trick, it should also be possible for you to switch up and down an octave easily without any ado, right? And then I added a general purpose selector control on the right for selecting different settings, and then I'll add an LCD screen to show those settings. And then on the left side of the keyboard, I've left space for pitch bending and modulation control. So this is a work in progress. And then lastly, I've not talked about digital synthesis. So if you're interested in also doing digital synthesis with this kind of a setup, you can do that very well with the Pico W or the Pico 2W. But if you want more CPU capabilities and more memory, here are a few other options: the Daisy Seed from Electrosmith, Data Noise, Pico 80K, Teensy 41, and Blackpill STM32. And here are some existing synth projects that you can draw inspiration from and also get some pointers. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to contact me. Oh, and lastly, I'd also wanted to show you that you can, this setup that I have can also connect to GarageBand. You create a MIDI keyboard, and then so I can use this as a MIDI controller, as MIDI input. So it goes to GarageBand, and then I can choose whatever instrument that I want. So right now, this is a classic electric piano, and then anything that I press here will get played through GarageBand. And then the other thing that I wanted to show was between the CAP 1188 and the MPR 121. This is the CAP. MPR 121 is a lot more responsive than the CAP 1188, which has a little bit of a lag, but I feel like that can be overcome because the CAP 1188 also has a low power mode, so there's a deliberate lag that's introduced, and you can change that in the settings. So I think it might be possible to overcome, but I still like the MPR 121. Thank you very much.
Any questions to Sridhar? Raise your hand, I'll bring you the mic. All right, then another round of applause for Sridhar, please. Ben Einstein's Connect 4 musical instrument.
Hello, hi. Check, testing, wow, look at this. I've never used one of these before, so this is very exciting. Hi, my name's Ben. I've been hanging out in Coal Shed 2 for maybe about there. Maybe about there. Is that okay? Okay, he knows. Cool, perfect. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I've been hanging out in Coal Shed 2 for 3 days, showing off this thing. I just picked it up and moved it, and you know, things don't like to get moved around necessarily, but I'm going to tell you a bit about what it is, where it came from, how it works, and then at the end, we're going to do a little interactive demo where I'll let some folks play some games. Cool. Okay, hi, my name's Ben. This is the Connect 4 musical instrument. I think first I want to tell you a hair about myself because I think it will be useful to thread the arc. I studied electronic music at UC Santa Cruz a long time ago. I recommend that. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. I play regular music in a band called Van Goats. We're a swing punk band based in Oakland, California. And I have a solo project called Nito, which focuses on kind of singer-songwriter music combined with gadgets, such as this. So yeah, my thing is I really like anything with a USB port. I think it's a musical instrument. I think I've searched far and wide for all of the devices that have USB ports. And this has 7 USB ports. So the more USB ports it has, the more musical it is, at least in my mind. We started with a Rock Band video game controller, turned it into a synthesizer I used in my band. And then I took the fishing rod video game controller, you're sensing a theme here, and turned that into a sort of noise-making mechanism that's sort of at the center of the song called the fishing song, which is about facing off against a dastardly monster fishing in the wild. And during COVID, I was really bored and liked to exercise. That was a long time ago. And I went running in San Francisco, and I realized that in the Sunset District of San Francisco, it's a grid. It's like all the streets are either north, south, or east, west. And so I ran some routes in the shape of piano keys, because you could actually make a 1-octave piano with about 2 blocks wide, 3 blocks long, and I ran by flock of seagulls over the course of about 8 days. It was a long time ago. We don't do that too much anymore. So what is the Connect 4 musical instrument? I see a couple folks who had seen me in the booth, but I'll just give you the rundown. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is a musical version of the game of Connect 4. As you can see by this graph, it is Connect 4 plus music equals whatever that is, but it's probably music. So as you're playing a song, a regular game of Connect 4, you're making a beat. So I'll show you kind of how the mechanism of that works. I kind of decided that the center of the board is the one beat. It's sort of the game revolves around the center of the game. The beat revolves around the center of the game because the game is sort of centrally focused. You have more opportunities to win closer to the middle of the game. So the beginning and the end of the beat sort of spreads out from the center. So you'll have beats 1, 2, 3, 4 from left to right. Does it do that? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it loops back to the center, and then it goes 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's sort of a clockwise loop from the center going outwards, and then back to the center going to the left. So that's how the beat functions. The person who plays red is the drummer. So you've got each row is a different piece of the drum kit. That's how it's designed. The kick drum is on the bottom. We're sort of building, it seems like we have at least one musician in the audience. Any musicians around? So we're thinking about it in terms of frequency range. We're kind of building the low frequencies first, and we're climbing in pitch as the game goes on. It makes it a little bit more frantic and a little bit more frenetic and exciting too. So kick drum, snare drum, we add the cymbals, hi-hats, crash, snare, and then we threw like a little snare drum where you hit the side of it, makes a little click. So that's the red. It's actually pretty straightforward. Yellow is a little bit more complicated. The person who plays yellow is the melody maker. So on the bottom, again, climbing in frequency, you've got bass at the bottom, and then various kind of synthesized keyboard instruments climbing in pitch. And the other layer of this is that it climbs in octaves as well. So you've got not only bass on the bottom in one octave, 7 notes, seven different notes within that same octave. You can see that down here. And then the next octave is, the next row is 1 octave higher, and so you end up climbing quite a bit. So I'm going to show you, talk a little bit about how the instrument kind of got created, and I'm going to show you a few examples of where the inspiration from this came from. The first of it, is anybody familiar with the term music step sequencer? Great. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is actually pretty straightforward then. It is a step sequencer with the game of Connect 4. For those of you who don't know, a step sequencer, notice that this kind of looks like a grid. Hey, maybe it could be turned into Connect 4. Now you're thinking like me. The columns denote time, right? And the rows denote different instruments. And as the columns sweep from left to right, you'll hear different sounds based on whether they're activated or not. So I said, let's put them together. And during the pandemic, we had some time on our hands, and I made a digital version of the Connect 4 game, which I could play on one computer by myself with nobody else around. So it was like, great, proof of concept, it works, but I can't show this to anybody, and it only, woo! Sick. We'll let those guys go for a second. All right. So it only existed on one machine, which was the one machine in my room during the pandemic, which means I couldn't show it to anybody, so it's pretty boring. Oh, the whole car, everybody's coming right now. All right. We'll give them a second. All right. So made the game of Connect 4, and I also made this thing called the tap card piano, which is if you had a bunch of RFID cards arranged in the layout of a piano and you tap them on the sensor, this little video kind of shows you what's going on. You could play a song. It's basically the worst piano you could ever imagine. Very inconvenient. You had to drag the cards. I had them on, you know those kind of like these, but they have the extension, the kind of elastic. I did those, and so when you let go of the card, it just goes right back into place. Really clever, except that you could only play one note with one hand. For the piano players in the audience, we have 10 fingers, which means you can play 10 different notes, which means you can actually play real music. Not the case with the tap card piano. But I had my eureka moment in Costco, which is, I think, where a lot of modern eureka moments take place in this day and age. Picture this. I was walking, going up the aisle, looking at the cell phones and the grapes, and over on my left, on high, exalted above all, was a giant Connect 4 board, 1 story up, and sitting there, and the fluorescent lights were beaming down on it from way up above. And I thought, wait a minute, what if both of these things are actually the same? Because the cards are the perfect size to fit on the back of the Connect 4 chips. And so I just taped 42 of the cards to the back of the Connect 4 chips and installed like tap card readers on this thing. And all of a sudden, I didn't have to invent something else because I could just repurpose this thing that was completely useless into something, well, slightly less completely useless, maybe. So that was kind of where that came from. So this is me in my moment of joy, my eureka moment with Costco in Connect 4. So yes, this is how it works. There's RFID cards. Each chip has a card on the back. And the sensors, all they're doing is they're counting the number of times a card has passed in front of them on their way down the column. And they're telling the computer whether or not the card was red or yellow. So it's really just the count and the chip. So drop a piece in, it loads the sound into the beat slot of that specific column, and as the rotation goes through, it plays that sound. A little bit of the behind the scenes, there's the 7-port USB hub I was exalting earlier. The computer program that runs it is this thing called MaxMSP, which if anybody has any interest in this stuff at all, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. It's a visual programming language, node-based. It's really fun. You have to think like a computer programmer, but you don't have to write code, which I think is the sweet spot for me because I've never, ever written a line of code. But you can really just kind of, like Legos that do things, create building blocks and wire them to each other. And then the Arduino is controlling the lights, which will hopefully work. How much minutes do I have? Great. Oh, any questions? Yes.
I'll bring you the microphone. Hang on a second.
This is fun. I've never done this before. Okay.
Why RFID instead of a different type of sensor?
Good question. I think only because I had started with the tap card, but the first RFIDs didn't work. I had, and maybe you know more about this than I do, there's 125 kilohertz. Those were awful. They never passed, they never caught the sensor. So I went with the 13 megahertz RFIDs, and those worked really, really well. I thought about doing a light sensor. I thought about going that route, but I think it would have been pretty erratic. So I decided, I had basically already built this thing, just see if I could repurpose it. But if you have other ideas, I'm open to them.
Any other questions? Raise your hand, I'll bring you the mic. I was gonna say, is there gonna be a live game?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Who wants to play Connect 4? I need 2 people. We got 1. We got 2.
Sweetheart. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, we can play more than 1 game. Okay, I do have a backup plan. If this doesn't work, I will show you my website, which has a digital version of the same thing. So I'm going to just kind of get stretched maybe for a second, warm up, do some twists. I'm going to plug this in, and I'll narrate my thought process while it's going, so that way you have something to think about. Any other questions? Okay. In the meantime, if you want to scan this QR code, this takes you to my website and to the free version of the game, which you can play right now. But
is there a paid version of the game as well?
Great question. No. Yeah, I should hide it. I should hide some of the features, but yeah, maybe behind the paywall, you could only red can play, and then you have to. Yeah, good. gotta figure out how to monetize this thing. The good news is I don't think we're infringing on any copyrights because I don't think a company owns the Connect 4 brand. I think we're totally in the clear on that
it's
one, right?
open source, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so first step, we are going to try to get the lights to work. If the lights come on, usually it doesn't like it the first time, but it likes it the second time. Okay, we'll see that. And then we're going to look over here. And that's not happening, but that's okay. We're not fazed by these sorts of things. No lights. Somebody said, "Let there be light." I can't remember where that came from, but now would be a great moment for that. I might just show you the digital version. Is that okay? It was working 5 minutes ago, but when you're carrying all this stuff across the land, we'll
You said there was a 40% chance that it wouldn't work, so if you try it 3 times, will it definitely work?
The other thing you do is you push down all of the wires to make sure that maybe, by chance, something just got dislodged in the move.
One of the RFID readers has a light on it, but nothing else.
Ah, well, that's something. Okay, so we're going to do a restart. Why don't I show you the computer version, and then while you're playing a game, having the time of your lives, I will try to fix the physical version, and then that is the best of both worlds, I think. Okay, we have Wi-Fi over here, probably.
We do?
Great. Let me go to and we'll have sound, I think, too. So let me go to Nito.net. Cool. Yeah, great. Yeah, I was. Cool. Oh, great. Then this will be it, I think. Okay. So we're going to do... Yeah, you know what would be nice? Okay, that'll work. Who are my volunteers? You would like to play?
Sridhar was volunteering.
Is this happening on the screen? No, we're not seeing it. How can I make the screen PC? Oh, is it? Oops, blow your ears out. Is there a way to get the AV working again?
Can you share your screen or duplicate your screen?
Sure.
Duplicate that shit, because this is basically...
Okay. Yeah, that's funny. It should just be right off the bat, right? Try this one. No. Well, this hub doesn't have power, so... Oh, you mean through here? That's something. Oh. All right. Okay, so if you go to nito.net/connect4, this is the Connect 4 game. And I'm thinking, so basically, our two guests, we're going to switch it to play friend mode. We're going to restart the game.
No frenemies?
Yeah, there isn't a frenemies mode, tragically. That's good, though. I like it. So basically, you just click wherever in whichever column you'd like to drop the piece. Looks like red is going first. So red is drums, if you remember. And you just click anywhere in the column. Let's hear it. I have to send sound out of here, don't I? HDMI. All right. We can see it and we can hear it. Great. So I'll just narrate kind of as it's going. Remember, bottom is kick drum and bass. Another kick drum was dropped. Another thing to note is that the game is spread over the stereo field. So the sounds on the left are going to come through more on the left-hand speaker, and the sounds on the right hand of the board are going to come through the right speaker, and songs in the center will come through both. There's hi-hat. Every game is a different song. It doesn't matter at what point in time you drop the beat, because it'll just get back to that sequence. Ooh, all right. Uh-oh. There's no undo button, unfortunately. That would be a good feature to add in version 2. Oh, there's my desktop. It's okay. Doing great. Everything's going exactly as planned. Great. Yeah, we'll just play it, you know? It's a friendly game. No egos are on the line here. So if you want to know what it sounds like to be inside of my head, this is it. 40 hours a day. I like the idea of an undo button, just a quick Command or Control Z. That's a great idea. That's true. Yes. There we go. Talked about the rhythm. So, hey, Evan. The idea being why it's 8 beats total. I initially tried to do it in 7, where it ping-pongs back and forth. But I thought we could do it in 12. A group of 3, 2 groups of 3. Nice. Okay. We have a jazz version, a swing version. Business cards, if you want to take one home with you, you can go straight to this website and play a game yourself later. It worked all weekend, like 72 hours straight, and then for the 73rd hour it didn't work, so I'm sorry about that. But that's this. Stay in touch. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. That was great.
good, Mark? Can you use your speaker? Oh, you take mine out and then we put the mic on your tiny speaker. Yeah, thanks.
All right, please welcome to the stage David Bettino and Mark Vale. David and Mark have been playing electronic music together since they worked at Keyboard Magazine in the 1990s. In recent years, they focused on mobile music, designing, playing, and refining battery-powered synthesizer ensembles that fit in a briefcase. Mark is the author of Vintage Synthesizers, The Hammond Organ, and The Synthesizer. David wrote The Art of Digital Music and numerous articles for Make, an Electronic Musician. He currently writes the Synth Hacks column for Waveform. Please welcome them to the stage with Band in a Briefcase, Make a Mobile Music System.
Thank you.
Woo.
Thank you, David. We're so excited to be back at Maker Faire, and it is such a testament to the maker mind that we're actually going to do this with a speaker the size of a golf ball. So, how did we get to this stage where we had a band in a briefcase where we can come to a show and just flip up the lid and, if except in this situation today, be ready to play? We were inspired by that exact same situation where performers would come in and try to make things connect, and we'd be sitting around as the audience and waiting. Mark and I met back, as David mentioned, we met back when we were both editors at Keyboard Magazine in the 90s. And Mark was the reviews editor, and one thing he did was whenever we get a new piece of gear in for review, a keyboard or audio gear, something like that, he'd organize a jam session. And we were in a building with all these other musician magazines, so we'd bring over folks from Guitar Player and Bass Player and the Drums and Drumming, the short-lived Kazoo Player magazine. And we'd have these fantastic jams, really test the gear out, write a wonderful hands-on review. And then after we left Keyboard, Mark and I started writing books, or I think maybe you wrote a little bit while you were there. Mark is the vintage synthesizers guy. These are wonderful books where he interviewed some of the original makers of the Moogs and the Buchlas and the Oberheims, all these household names. I went more the digital direction and also focused on DIY. And we continued to jam, but we had that same problem where we wanted to bring our favorite toys, and we took a long time to pack things up and to unpack them and choose things and organize them and plug them in. And by the time we got it all set up, there was no time left to make music, or we were all fatigued mentally. So then we looked at some chickens and we had an epiphany. So there's a little cafe in Fair Oaks, California, and it was time for Mark and I to have our monthly jam, and I said, Mark, this time we are not going to bring tons of keyboards and gear and PAs and all this stuff. We are only going to bring tiny battery-powered instruments we can fit in our pockets. And Mark actually didn't have any tiny battery-powered instruments that would fit in his pockets, but what did you do with the mofo?
Made a little package of AA batteries, enough to power it, and so I was able to make the mofo work for our jam, and it was one of our best songs ever.
Yeah, so that was the epiphany, and when he says a little pack, he actually means 12 AA batteries, I think. It was some ungodly number of AA batteries he soldered up into this thing. It was bigger than the instrument itself. But it was our best jam ever, and we kept on doing it. We started playing everywhere. We played on airplanes. Here's a tray table jam we had. But you'll probably notice the same issue here. We've got a lot of wires. It's really disorganized and chaotic, and TSA would sometimes frown on it. And by the time we got it all set up, it was time to put the tray tables back up into their upright and locked position. So we started thinking some more. And then the second epiphany, the one that brings us here to Maker Faire, about that time, Peter Kern of Create Digital Music came out with this little synthesizer called the Me Blip, and he made a case for it, this wonderful little attaché case that would hold a bunch of Me Blips, or I think 4 Korg Volcas. Korg Volca is the standard unit of measure for portable synthesizers. So I was able to fit all kinds of fun toys into the case, but you'll notice that once I get the wires in, I can't close the case. The case has a detachable lid. So that took some refinement, and eventually it morphed into this. I discovered right-angled cables for both power and audio, and now everything's tucked into the case nicely. There's this wonderful little keyboard from CME that fits into the lid of the case, so that just snaps together like a little attaché case. Another kind of fun thing to notice is over here at the top corner is a guitar pedal, and I turned it sideways and took the spring out so I could press it with my finger really easily instead of jumping up and down on it. So as I started to build these, and I built more and more for different situations, I realized that there were 10 things that I always wanted to achieve when I was making a case. So first one, of course, so it should be battery powered, and once USB batteries came out, that became a lot easier than Mark's approach of soldering 12 AA batteries together. Polyphonic, as a keyboard player, I like to be able to make chords. Sample player, so I like to use things like ambiances or pig sounds. Turn off the echo there. So this instrument I'll show a bit later. It's got a bunch of different samples that are triggered by various buttons on the top. So like the left ear does sound bites about pigs and pork products.
You a farm boy? You remember this sound? Squeal!
Anyway, so that's sample player. You can also use it for drum loops, of course, which is kind of fun.
Tell me just why you think the price of pork bellies is going down, will you?
That was not a drum loop? All right, onward. Rhythm generator. That's something just to keep the things percolating along. Say either a drum machine or sample loops, or Mark has some, what do you got here? Some bleeps and bloops. For Maker Faire, we tried a special experiment where I'm actually sending the clock signal from my briefcase over to his. And so if I play a groove, and turn the volume up first. We are in sync. And that was always a difficult thing. Keyboard controller, I already mentioned. And then I had my second set of criteria for a fun musical case, an alternative controller. And one of the people in the audience has spotted this. This is the Korg K oscillator, which has become the centerpiece of most of my setups because it's just such a fun jamming instrument. On the side, there are 3 buttons that control basically everything you want to do in a jam session. You can set the key. It's in C right now, or C sharp. That's a C sharp. So I'll take it up to E. So you can set the key, you can set a scale. This is going to be a major scale. And if you were playing in a blues band, you could pick like a minor blues scale. So, and then there's a third button that taps the tempo. So with those 3 buttons, I can lock into any jam session. And it's actually played with Stanley Jordan one time, the Grammy-winning guitarist. He was doing incredible stuff, and I was tapping at my K oscillator. We made him play Black Sabbath tunes. Let's see, some surprise generator. I always like to, we improvise all our music, but it's always fun to have another little nudge to get the creative juices flowing. And the K oscillator itself is wonderful for that because it's quantized to a scale, so you can't hit any wrong notes. But you also never know what's going to come out exactly.
I'm going to swap.
Oh, okay. And we're back. So, for example, here, let me pick another sound here. I could never play that again, so one time. Then there, the pig instrument here also has some surprise functions to it. The right ear will play the random barnyard sounds. And the other, I'll get to that in a sec. Echo effects. That's something, when you're playing by yourself and you just want to play, say, no one listens to a flute with their ear jammed up against it. So we're running up there. By doing some echo and reverb, you can make it just more interesting. And recording. So we don't have it set up today, but typically we'll have a little Zoom recorder that takes multiple inputs so we can get 2 stereo recordings of Mark and me and then do something interesting with them later. And finally, like at the dynamic lighting here, I think this one I set up to respond to the voice I had as well. And I can switch to different patterns, and it just gives it more of a performance feel. Then I thought, why not get bigger? We've got everything in the little case. What if I want to grow bigger? So I got a Harbor Freight case, which is this one here, and then I got a cardboard box at the same size, and I started laying things out. Here all the cables are hooked up, and there's some padding in there. And then this is what it finally evolved into, which is pretty similar to what I've got today, except it's got 2 guitar pedals, and I was able to replace that with one USB-powered effect afterwards. Oh, here's a close-up of Swine Wave. I already mentioned some of the features. The one I didn't show was the eyeball buttons. These do grooves and loops.
I am good at ping pong, 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 pong. I am good at ping pong. I wanted to teach a pair of swine. 9, 8, 7.
And then on the top, there are 3 traffic light buttons. Those will play back short recordings or long recordings of spam email, continuing the pork theme.
If you give me just 10 minutes right now, I promise that I will erase your fear or phobia.
And I can continue from where I left off.
All you have to do is listen to a special audio MP3 that I have prepared for you.
So it's kind of like, it's when you start to go down the road, things fill in. Here's the inside of Swine Wave. It's using a SparkFun Tsunami Superwave trigger, which is a wonderful audio board because it's got so many ways to interact with it. It comes with 16 trigger inputs, and you just simply wire buttons to them, and then you can decide later what they do, whether they trigger random, sequential, start, stop, pause, all kinds of different things. So that was, as a DIY instrument guy, that was the first time I could just build something that felt comfortable and then decide later how it performed. And this is my current setup. And you can see down at the bottom here is the new effects processor. Everything is flowing together, so I don't need a mixer. And then let me whip over to Mark's quickly here.
Okay, one thing that I learned is if you put heavy stuff in the lid, it's not going to stay up this way. It's going to go that way. It's going to fall over backwards. So at the bottom of the picture, you can see a little green and black thing. That's actually a leg weight that I put on the handle to keep it from falling over. So.
Here's the next iteration. Okay. This is the current iteration of Mark's case. He's got an incredible amount of gear in here. Oh, you want to go to the battery? Okay. This is the top.
So one thing about USB instruments, you cannot run 2 audio devices off of the same USB power brick because it causes all kinds of noise. What I'm showing here is from MyVolts, thank you. MyVolts 100W, and it has 2 USB-A and 2 USB-C outputs, and I can run, I'm running like 9 different instruments here, audio as well. The USB jacks are separated, so, and the battery is great. It'll tell you how much time you have left for the batteries to run. It tells you the current percentage of the battery. So we used to have almost every one USB power bank per device. But with this one device, I can turn everything on with one touch. And it's really handy to have.
We're running late. Oh, I should have been tapping this so you can see what it's going. Mark also has 2 little hubs that he's using to distribute the power, but I'm envious of his setup. It is an expensive battery. It's about $140, but if you had to do 7 or 9 standalone batteries, it would be equally as expensive and much more hassle. So after that, just to wrap up, I was thinking sometimes a case is great because it's got everything. Sometimes you want to be even more compact. So before a plane trip, I made what I called binder blip. I drilled out the clips from a 3-ring binder and velcroed in some toys. And that led to zipper blip, which is a zippered version of that. And then Plasti Blip, which is a plastic 3-ring binder box. Notice it's got an iPad mini, a really old one, the kind that still had the audio jack, which was really great. But you can run a ton of music and apps on an old iPad. But they're kind of a hassle to play. It's not very musical, I find. So I have this MIDI controller that's connected into it. And that shrunk even further to Squish Blip. These are 2 Bluetooth MIDI controllers, so this entire setup has just one wire coming out of the iPhone Lightning port and going into the audio output. And so, and then the final one was Zipper Blip Deluxe, which was a little bit bigger and has a pleatherette cover, and it just looks really nice with the Chaos Later in there. This is Mark and me at Maidu Park in Sacramento. I wrote this up for Make Magazine. It was called Binders Full of Jammin', if anyone remembers Mitt Romney. And then I made a tiny one for my bus trip. This is just a 1010 Music Lemon Drop, which is a wonderful little granular synthesizer, and a MIDI kalimba, which is a capacitive touch instrument like we saw in the last presentation. So with all this gear in cases ready to go, Mark and I can go anywhere and jam, from parks to libraries with headphones to stage. Thank you very much, and happy Maker Faire.
Awesome. We've just got about 1 minute left for questions. If anyone has one, raise your hand. I'll bring you the microphone. No, I'll bring you the microphone, and then you can talk. No.
With things like the swine, what did you call it, swine wave?
Swine wave.
For things like that, where you've got the controller in there, most of those things are on-off. Do you have any of the controls that you could use to like add an outboard foot pedal or something to gain additional control for sweep or something?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the nice thing about the swine wave is it also has an audio input, and it has 4 stereo audio outputs. So you can configure it to run 8 channels in surround sound or 4 stereo outputs. So what I did is I used the second stereo output and I run that through an effects pedal back into the input. So I've got an effects loop. So for the sound bites, I can add echoes to it. And then for the drum loops, it's unaffected. Well, that sounds terrible. But yeah, and then this also has MIDI input. So I was playing it from the keyboard.
Awesome, thanks guys. Let's have another round of applause for David and Mark. This is the end of our programming for today, but will you guys be available at the back table afterwards if people have additional questions and stuff? Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, let me point out, we have tons of background photos and information at this link here, atmosphere.com/briefcase. That's also the QR code.
Thank you so much.